Have you ever, anytime there is money for anything, you always go to the north? World Bank, north. Gas pipeline, go to the north. Refinery, Kaduna to the north. Everything to the north. Why? Because Britain wanted the north to rule. Britain wanted the north to rule. By north, I mean Janjaweed, the Fulani, because they are very stupid and useless and easy to control. They are the only people that abandoned everything, their way of life, their culture, everything, and absorbed everything Arabic to their name. That is, we begin to read out all the names of the Janjaweed or Minyetiala in high political offices. It sounds as if you are Saudi Arabia, calling out the ministers of Saudi Arabia. Britain understood that with their Al-Majri rank as agriculture, that the foreigners can be controlled. Why was it easier for Britain to control the foreigners? Exactly the same reason the Janjaweed have today over the lives of Mohammedan Jewish Mandema and the rest of the very greedy pack, I call them, the envious pack. Why? Because there is only one thing you need in life for you to become an agent of an oppressor. You must be an envious bastard. You must be an envious person. Do you know why Britain chose the Fulani? Because the Fulani had a natural hatred for anybody who is educated from the south. For anybody who is a progressive. They didn't want it. There's something now, if you look at everybody that has fallen prey to the march of the Janjaweed to colonize and Islamize the South, all those with a chip on their shoulder, people who are very envious by nature, people who are driven by jealousy. I'm making these points very clear. I don't know to make it one of my brothers. Listen carefully, please. It is just like your body. The only way a virus can attack your body is if your body's immune system, your defense system is very weak, either through stress or illness or whatever it is. If your defense mechanism is strong, your antibodies, your white blood cells are very strong, it is brainstorm. Any virus that comes will be attacked. The same thing happens in real life. The fertile ground for betrayal must be built on envy, greed, and jealousy. With those three things in place, you are now a prime candidate to be converted, to subvert the will of your people, to sabotage them, and to become a frontline traitor. What the Fulanis were doing was treachery. Treachery not just against themselves, but the whole of Africa as a whole. And Britain was using them to accomplish this. The idiots, because of their envious nature towards an evil man, towards the South, the entire South, they could not see that what they were doing was counterproductive. This is what I want black people to understand. Blacks don't understand this. They've never reasoned this far. Because anytime you see a black person working against the interests of his people, forget about financial considerations. Of course, that plays a very big part if you're an evil man. Look at the underlying causes. It's always envy. I cannot be like them, so let me work against them. I cannot be like as consistent as IPOB. I cannot be as unbribable as IPOB. I cannot be as gifted as IPOB. So the next best thing for me is I will hate them. And in their state of hate, born out of envy, anytime the Janjaweed comes from the north or from Abuja, a politician comes to them to say, oh, these things are doing, why don't you fight against them? You see them, they rise up immediately. And they start writing rubbish. Exactly. Britain used it on, I told you before, they used it on the Fulanis and it worked perfectly well till today. I keep asking people, where is Aburi? I don't know what is doing. They say, we want to restructure. Operator will restructure. Chinedu will let us restructure. We must restructure to move forward. And I keep asking this question and nobody wants to answer. Where is the Aburi Accord? Where is it? One of the signatures is alive. You went to a conference, you agreed on something. Go on, where is it? Where is that document? To say all this nonsensical garbage about restructuring, not restructuring. Where is that book? Being a typical slavish, moronic black man, of course, and the devil's incarnate that go on is. Go on is busy. This is a typical black man, busy praying, saying he's praying. Of course, to Lucifer, who is busy praying. Whereas the document that could have solved all the problems is somewhere in his cabinet in his house. Why won't Gowon bring it out? Because Gowon and his people are envious of the industry and the ingenuity of a Biafran man. The reason why Aburi was not implemented, I want people all around the world listening to understand. I'm speaking very calmly today. To understand the genesis of our problem, to understand that the way a white man reasons is different from how a black man reasons, and that is why we're in the mess we're in today. That's for nothing more, nothing less. Because a black man does not see rivalry, a black man doesn't see banter, a black man doesn't see healthy competition. Where there should be competition, oh, let me try and be like him, let me try and be like her. They bring in envy, let me hate them, because I cannot do what they are doing. That's all. As soon as we understand this very simple problem, all of our problems are solved. They used Fulani because Fulani had one thing, then a hatred for the educated South. So Britain felt, people who are schooled in divide and rule, the best thing to do is to give power to illiterates, to cattle wearers. Let them start, so they will mess everybody up. So even the Britain that created the zoo, that is why I call Nigeria a racist construct. Britain that created the monster, the zoo, never had good intentions in the first place. Because if they did, there is no way that somebody preaching democracy, preaching good governance, preaching development and transparency will be actively involved in the rigging of election and in the subversion of the will of the people. Just tell me why they will do it. Why? If not out of let us suppress them. You cannot, a virus cannot attack your body unless your immune system is weak. And what causes weak immune system is stress. Number one, stress. Number one, your immune system is down. Or maybe now 5G mask. And they say it's conspiracy to go to South Africa. You see what is happening in South Africa? You need this 5G mask. You will see it weakens your immune system so that when this deadly virus comes, you stand no chance. Go to South Africa. They're forced to launch 5G. Vodacom is on 5G, MTN is on 5G in South Africa, and they are falling like flies. We'll come to that later on. All I want is for black people to reason. If you don't get black people to reason or raise their level of consciousness to a particular level, you can never be free. We can never be free. No matter how hard we try, we can never be free. Because in the Western world, in Europe and in America, even in Japan, in all advanced economies, from kindergarten, from nursery school, they begin to teach them their rights. And after teaching them their rights, they'll tell them that don't allow anybody to trample on those rights, even if it means defending it with your blood. Do they teach us that? Of course not. Let's continue. Listen.
Even in 56, the northern leaders were very proud and were saying if they couldn't run Nigeria, never mind elections, they might not join Nigeria. They might.
Janjaweed, Ahmadu Bello, Tafawa Balewa, the northern leaders, just preaching to you one Nigeria today. That's why I look at people and I wonder, history. Some of you pseudo intellectuals on Facebook, you claim you are learned, you claim you understand history, you claim you are well read. Have you not come across where it was explicitly stated that the North will secede, they will leave, it's called Araba, they want to go. They don't want to be part of Nigeria. It was Nnamdi as it would have begged them to be part of one Nigeria. Are you not aware of it? Who is now claiming they are not aware that it was Nnamdi as it when they allowed them Who's not aware? Nnamdi was pleading with them, saying, don't go. He wants Britain built an empire called Nigeria. As if we wanted to come and be the emperor. As if we forgot that for an emperor to rule an empire, you must go to war and you must conquer all those places. Not for a foreigner to conquer it for you and hand over. It doesn't happen that way. Have you heard it now? When we cannot allow anybody to secede. You cannot secede. But it was the Fulani, the first people to threaten secession. The Fulani people. That is why I said that this, our people, we don't, unless it is a scandal or gossip, people don't watch videos, they don't analyze it very well. Only gossip they are interested in, or comedy. Go back to every problem of the zoo is here. Let's continue.
They might leave. And we all thought, well, how would they survive?
How would they survive?
Industry, not a great deal of agriculture, some groundnuts in the north. This wasn't very practical at all. And
they had nothing in the north. Some people have forgotten that the reason why. They are parasites, they are leeches, they are laying pipe, gas pipeline, crude oil pipeline, refined petrol pipeline to the north. It has been that way from the beginning. They asked the parliament in London asked Frederick Lugard, why are you amalgamating the south and the north? First I said because the north is very poor. They have nothing. Till today they still have nothing. They have nothing. There was agriculture from the north. Granite pyramid, we have seen how they build it. They build a scaffolding on that, and then they pile one bag of granite. This is a white man. He brought in pension into the zoo. He knows, he's telling you that the north had nothing. 1956, 57, 58, 59, 60, independence. The people with nothing are asking to be given all the political power. And they got it. Those with all the resources in the south, both natural and the human, those who went to school in the south, running the government, is something that's happening today. They forge certificates in the north. They do not abstain, so it's enough. They forge the certificates, they don't go to school. Even the houses of parliament, in their so-called House of Reps and Senate, you hear them every day. Do that make sense to anybody? Do that make sense to anybody? But I was ruling you because that was how Britain planned it. Why did Britain plan it that way? Because they don't want to see a black country develop. They don't want it. They prefer to be giving you Oxfam. We got you £2 million aid. They prefer the handout. They want you to be the beggar. They want to play God. They are better than you. You are nothing. You are black. You are useless. You are on the ground. You can never aspire to anything good. So don't worry. We take everything you have and then we give you a bit of grant, a bit of aid. We give you 1 million to Ivory Coast, maybe 2 million to Togo, 3 million to Northeast. A black man can never see it. Try that thing in the West. Who can ask somebody passing outside, please go and eat. They'll say, turn the fire you there. Why don't you come to my house to eat? Why must I come to your own to eat? Who are you to belittle me? The more you belittle black people, the more they love it. And we are telling you here on this platform, don't allow yourselves to be belittled. If you say what we are preaching as an insult, it means you're a fool, you're a complete idiot. You know nothing. People came from Arabia, Arabs. They put chain around your neck. When I preach it now, they say it is religious phobia. You just don't know anything. Because of your stupid sensibilities, you can no longer preach the truth. If I say the truth, because of political correctness, I will try to sidestep it. You are mad. You are insane. They came from Arabia to take us as slaves. They put sticks around our neck. By the time we finished that experience, we became Muslims. Europeans came with glittering chain, tied us around. Go and watch the Amistad. Go and watch. All of you should go and watch it. You will shed tears. By the time they finish with us, we become Christians. That is the truth. You can hide it however you like. You can massage it however you like. You can cry over it if you like. Oh, that's your business. But the truth of the matter is that typifies the brain of a black man. That is why we are not developing until we acquire a heightened level of reasoning and consciousness. We can't come out of this mess. What you're suffering today, we are fighting for Biafra. Britain made it so. Britain never wanted Biafra to emerge. Never, they don't want Biafra. Why? So that the black man can have industries and have schools and hospitals. They don't want that. They want to feel big, that's big. Oh, how much aid do you give to them? How many aid workers do you have in Ghana? How many aid workers do you have in the Chad region? They love it, replace God. Looking at sickly, emaciated African babies, taking care of them, feeding them from feeding bottles. They love it. Hey, they are God. But you are the problem. An average black person is the problem. They don't understand medication intended to heal them. Somebody can put poison in Ribena, or in honey. It tastes so sweet. As you're taking it, you're dying. If we ask you to stop taking it and take quinine, take something that is bitter, take the water you get from bitter leaf, it's very medicinal. You don't like stupid, I don't want to drink it. Oh, give me that honey. The Oyibo will come feeding you honey, laced with poison, and you're dying slowly. And IPOB will come with Jamuda, scented leaf, apple, highly medicinal. And ask you to take it, you'll be alive, you'll get well. You say, no, it's too bitter, I want sugar, please, bring me honey, bring me sugar. That is what is happening. Nothing more, nothing less. Let's listen to the truth, please.
And then it was, the Governor General seemed to be thinking that the North couldn't, even if it won an election, rule Nigeria by itself. The South wouldn't stand for that. So there had to be a partner, either the Igbos in the East or the Yoruba in the West, to team up with the North. What he didn't want was for the two southern parties, the Igbo and the Yoruba, to team up to form the government.
Britain never wanted Oduduwa and Biafra to be together. Never from day one. The reason why I say that this is the most important video in the history of Nigeria is because it contains everything. Now you can understand all the whole South nomenclature, Niger Delta garbage. You can understand all that foolishness, where it's coming from. I've asked this thing before. A few weeks ago, I reeled out all the names of the ethnic nationalities in the North. Some of you were shocked. There was not one single minority commission in the North. The reason why Britain saw it, the reason why they advised to go on, please, they create river states, create cross river states, as they call them, was because they understood the essence of divide and rule. Britain realized they were the one that instigated Awolowo to fight against Azikiwe in a battle. They knew that once Oduduwa and Biafra are together, that there will be progress. So Britain never wanted it to happen. Never, impossible. They went and they gave money to their agents. They are jealousy-driven, envious people to instigate trouble. And Awolowo came overnight and said, you know what Awolowo said? I said, you will please go back to your land. Ibadan is for Yoruba people. Go back to Igbo land and do your politics there. That was where Britain won. To your tent, O Israel. And when everybody went back to their tent, Britain now said, because the North has a bigger landmass, let's give it to them. This is how they're playing ping pong with your brain. And what concerns you is IPOB. They're insulting the way they insult us. IPOB wants you to reason properly so you can be free. But you prefer the poisoned honey, isn't it? to the bitter quinine that will kill you. Typical black people. You see why you say we insult you? We don't insult you. We lay it out so you can see it. So your stupidity can be made very plain. We simplify your ignorance so you can see it. Let me say, it's not like a one getter. You know, the stupidity comes in various shapes and sizes and colors. We lay it out for you on the table so you can pick the one that you like. You hide behind your petty envy and jealousy. You say, they insulted my village, they insulted my town. Come out and tell us that I'm envious of what people are doing because we cannot do it. So I'm envious. You are a black person, so envy is a part and a passion of your essence, of your being, of your soul. That is why you are poor. That is why some of you are listening tonight with a generator. But the Elohim, he gave you sunlight wall to wall. You have sunlight, you have rivers that can be dammed to turn a turbine to generate electricity. Don't you? Have you asked yourself, how do submarines move in the sea? Nuclear power submarine, how do they move? Even before then, how did they power submarine in the sea? They use common battery. It's called deep cycle batteries. An ordinary battery can power an entire town. But yes, battery, ordinary battery. All this knowledge is available. It's even there on the internet. But to put it together to create something you cannot, because you spend your time looking for who insulted you and who didn't insult you. The person that came with a chain, put it around your neck, tell you that Angoreka is not a good name. Ngozi Chukwu is not a good name. But Benita is a good name, you accepted. They enslaved you in such a way that you became a nuisance to your own self. And we have come to untangle. So, do you think it's going to be easy? Have you seen where somebody actually underwent surgery before or had an accident and they have this all over? And you're going to remove the piece of fiber of clothing that is stuck on the wound. Isn't it very painful? Very painful. What we are doing is painful. We know it's painful, but it's for your own good. It's for your own good. Are you happy that we are people? Are you happy that somebody that didn't go to school is presiding over your affairs? Do you know the amount of losing that is? I'm going to do that separately. I think 2 weeks is up. On Sunday I'll do the Olisamitu expose on the amount of criminality going on in this week. Some of you don't know. This is the worst government ever in the history of humanity. And you want me to be nice to you? In your stupidity, I think you're dreaming. Let's listen to this educated man, please.
Because he believed the North wouldn't tolerate that and talked about leaving.
The North cannot tolerate Oduduwa and Biafra together. The North will not tolerate Yoruba and Igbo man coming together. Never, ever, ever. The Fulani had a mission started by the British. The British said to the Fulani, you should never allow them to come together. That was why they know if they go for a Christian Oduduwa leader, that there may be room for maneuver. After the so-called handshake across the Niger, not this one, the one that Chubakadibo did many years ago. But some of you don't read history, so you don't know, they will tell you. The original handshake across the Niger was initiated by Chubakadibo. After that meeting, the Fulanis went into closed-door meeting as well and decided, if we are going to allow any Yoruba man to emerge, it has to be a Muslim Yoruba. Sorry, Muslim Oduduwa. Muslim. So that way, that person will always be loyal to the Sultan. So, now, are you following? Are you following what I'm teaching you this evening? Because what we tell you here, you can never get it anywhere else on this planet. Pure truth. If you go up and down, some are so up and down, you make the truth. They know. And for us, they are listening right now. They know the truth I'm preaching. Everybody knows it. Everybody knows. So don't allow your petty village envy. You can't be like us now. I'm not Nnamdi, you can't be me. You didn't. You're not learned. We went to school. We didn't go to school. So how can they defeat us in a debate? How is that possible? I ask you. We are not being proud or, boastful. It's a fact of life. You cannot. If you come with you will be obliterated in 5 minutes. That's how we teach the way we do. So that you can know what we know. Fulani doesn't want it. That is why whenever they see an alliance forming between Oduduwa and Biafra, they will go and pay their ears more. They recruit more Yoruba journalists. They start to write garbage. But the Yoruba idiot writing this crap to destabilize the Oduduwa Biafra alliance thinks he's doing himself a favor. The same reason why Aisha's boyfriend is in Asorok. Everybody knows that man there is not. Who doesn't know? Everybody knows that. We all know. But ask yourself this question: why is it that a country of a contraction of 200 million people cannot rise up one day and say enough is enough? Ask yourself that question. Why? Why is it in the interest of some people that Aisha and her boyfriends and all these idiots that remain in power to 2023? Have you asked yourself why that is the case? Why is they saying we will still retain power in 2023? Have you actually sat down to ask yourself why that is the case? No, you have not. And how can you? Listen.
In the Federation. So as I learned, in a small way at first, but very rapidly I learned about the election fixing. And as I say, this was...
Election fixing is election rigging. And who rigged the election? The first proper election in Nigeria was rigged. It wasn't rigged by INEC or FEDECO. It was rigged by white people, by Britain. Britain wanted to teach you how to be corrupt. Britain wanted to teach you how to be corrupt. They wanted to teach you corruption. See how what they do? They want to put it in you. And since that day, has there been any free and fair elections today? No. That is why when you go to them, they will write their report. They will say, we went there was a few problems in 2 or 3 polling stations, but it wasn't significant enough to affect the overall results. Every 4 years, that is, if you want me to give the report of 2023, I'll give it to you. If you want me to give you the report of British electoral observers and EU in 2023, I'll give it to you now. What it's going to say is this: we witnessed some violence, some ballot snatching, and a few people who were disenfranchised, but overall, it wasn't significant enough to affect the outcome of the election. End of story. Right? What is today's date? Today's date is the 1st of July. The time now is 4 minutes past 8 p.m. in the evening. In 2023, Biafra will be gone by then. 2023, I will bring it out then and I'll play it again for you people. Or for my try and save this. Their report, I'm telling you, the EU and the British observers, their report I'm telling you today what I'm going to say in 2023. We witnessed violence, people were killed, houses were burnt, properties destroyed. But overall, it wasn't serious enough to impact the outcome of the election. And they put another full of there. That's how they do it.
Was confirmed to me by the Governor General. He actually said that he wanted me to know the truth because he wanted me to know how much trouble I was in.
You mentioned statistics. You are collecting figures. Is that for labor and unemployed people only, or
primarily? But obviously, my interest was in the population
of Nigeria.
Yes, and a while ago, the leader of the action group and Chief Enaharo, they too, other people were saying, where are all these millions of people in the north? Where are they? We're going up there to campaign. We want to know, And you see all these, thousands of miles of not very developed countryside, and Yet the Northerners are claiming that their voting registration figures are larger than in the South, larger, far more people up there. Well, actually, if you went through the Igbo land, Enugu and that, you saw lots and lots of people.
Are you listening? A white man or you go British is saying that in the North he was sparsely populated. Listen carefully again, I don't know why the people go, hey, God, this is black people. Black. Hey. Do you know what the white man said? The white man said that other politicians were worried about the high number of figures coming from the North. And who are those people, Biafrans again? Because we see things before it happens. The same way that people never voted for Buhari from day one, because we knew the man was bad news. But Oduduwa, out of spite, went behind our backs and voted for Buhari in 2015 to put us in this mess now. The same thing happened before. Instead of Awolowo and the Nahoro to say these figures, because the Biafra politicians then realized that eventually it will come down to numbers. They were campaigning. Look at the numbers from the North. Awolowo did not listen. This is not from Nnamdi Kanu, from a white man. Awolowo did not listen. Nahoro did not listen. And today, that's it. Anything you like, you can do. The North is more populated than the South. Anything you like. This man says, I came to Enugu. There were so many people in Enugu, it's untrue. Unlike the North. Let me tell you. And how many are you in Enugu? In broad daylight. Go. All the rest of the yapping rubbish. Let's listen.
If you went to Ibadan, Ibadan teeming with millions of
people in Ibadan.
But we didn't actually see many Northerners, and obviously not many Northerners at that time came to Lagos. So this did arouse suspicion. Now, the Europeans, not stupid, we are watching what's going on in Nigeria, and we too are beginning to feel there's something not quite right here, that maybe the elections are not going to be as straightforward as they're meant to be. Nigeria was being described as the showcase of democracy, and it was expected that the nationalist leaders would win through. But actually, when the election results were announced by the Governor General, before the vote was even in,
the British Governor General 1959 announced the result before the ballots were even counted. And I need people to understand that when people say that the devil is a black man, it's not that that Lucifer is black, or it may be, I don't know. It is that there is this propensity in a black man to always dig out evil where there is good. And something occurred to me this evening before I came on air. Do you know the reason why you have all these idiots from everywhere, even those that have not taken a bath for the past 1 week? They are these fools everywhere. Do you know the reason why you see them all the time? They are yapping rubbish, IPOB, Biafra, everywhere, this and that nonsense. You are not religiously tolerant, all that garbage. Do you know they were sent? It was as soon as I announced that Biafra must come this year, as soon as I said Biafra is coming this year, you can see all of them came out. Because they don't know the plans they are using. All of them, they push some of them. All the Sabo, even cross that Sabo. There are saboteurs hiding inside Biafra, claiming they are doing Biafra. The saboteurs inside them. They are now coming out slowly. Sabo, their job is to halt the coming of Biafra in 2020. To give full and time to 2023. To perfect everything they are doing, bleeding Ruga. So you don't know. So you think all this nonsense, they're rude, they're insulting. You think they just came out overnight? No. This avalanche of idiocy, I call it, carefully planned and executed by the Janjaweed. Careful planning. Then, because that day I said that Biafra must come this year, 2020. Hey, all hell broke loose. I want all of you to understand that. That is how they operate. That is the devilish part of a black person. Most of them are evil. Evil. Some of them are telling us, we want Biafra, but not like that. We want it from another corner, want it from another angle. Ask them how, they don't know. They have no idea. This is how satanic a black person is. Satanic. And the thing about it is that when they are doing all this, they are evil, they think they are right. As soon as I announced Biafra is coming in 2020, hey, they said, are you there? No, are you there? This is going to happen. Upon all the money we get to you, we have not promised you to please the 5 low. Something, we are planning something for you. All these idiots. And the evils, they came out. Every fool, every closet, I call them closet sabotage, some people who are traitors. It doesn't matter how many times or how many years you shout Biafra, Biafra. If you're a natural born traitor, you're a traitor. In the end, you will betray. It doesn't matter how long it takes, you must betray. That's what makes them black. These usually black people. Let's listen.
Didn't count for that. Didn't wait for that. I have to tell you, the British are counting the votes. And the British cannot be trusted. They look after their friends.
The British look after their friends, and who are their friends? The Fulanese. Are you following? Fulani is the friend of the British. I don't know that. Are you not aware of it? Are you not aware of it? I'm asking you. Now you know. And the mistake that some people actually made, the only time we got it right was when our eternal leader, Dim Odumegwu was alive. It was only, I wouldn't say I had always known anyway, but it kind of crystallized about a few weeks ago. Left alone to me, since Oduduwa went after Biafra, left alone to me, if I were to be a frontline politician from Biafra land, I will allow the Fulanis to rule forever. I will make sure Yoruba man can never near that seat. Since we want Fulani to rule, let them rule forever. I will rubbish everybody in the process. Now you understand why the likes of what's his name? Nzeribe said no to Abiola. Not because he wasn't a Democrat, no. A lot of them did it that time in order to remind Oduduwa people that betrayal doesn't pay. Don't you know that? That's what it is. Here you had a chance to keep Jonathan, who was a very moderate individual. Oduduwa said no because they didn't have enough ministerial positions. Only just to benefit a few families, only that's all. Now everybody's suffering. And have they learned anything? I doubt it. Maybe the newer generation may guide us in the right path. But the old ones know they know nothing. I'm going to tell them, you're insulting. Let this man tell you what. Britain announced the result. It's not, you know, black man always copy evil very easily. All the rigging techniques, Britain gave it to the zoo. To the zoo they created.
Loyalty is the big thing for the British. And we were friends with the emirs of the north.
Britain was friends with the emirs of the north. Emirs of the north. Now you understand it very clearly. Not with you, but with emirs of the north. People are telling me it is I should also try to accommodate other aspects of our news this evening. British, they always look at that. That is the one to the black camp, they went to the north. Let me tell people one thing they don't know. The world view the zoo, Nigeria, from the lens of Britain. Britain tells you what is happening. After it is their colony, it is their contraction, they created it. So who else is an expert on zoo affairs if not Britain? That is why Britain will go and tell America, oh, please support the North. They will go to EU. Oh, support the North. Oh, it's the North. Support them. And you and I are suffering. And when we try to remind ourselves that we are suffering, one idiot will go to Facebook or go to Twitter and writing rubbish. Fueled by envy and jealousy. Nothing more, nothing less. To him, in servicing his envy and jealousy is more important than being free. He would rather be a very envious, person than to be a free man. That makes him black or evil to the core, to the bone marrow. You've heard the man. Some of you don't know. Do you know why Nnamdi went on and became anti-Biafra? Nnamdi was one of the people that composed the Biafran national anthem. If you don't know, let me tell you. He was part of Biafra. If you ask our dear elder, he will tell you, Azikiwe agreed at the point that Biafra should come. Forget about leadership. And he was blackmailed. They blackmailed him with ACB. I'm sure our dear elder, one of the very few genuine ones, may shed some light on that. He was blackmailed. That was what killed Mazi Bonoji. Bonoji lied to save Zik. That's why Bonoji died at the age of 41. Go and ask. Mazi Bonoji died defending a very corrupt Nnamdi. I don't know why he's bearing my name. Azikiwe. Bonoji took an oath, swore. If you don't know, let me tell you. They blackmailed Mazi, but they told him, if you don't support one Nigeria, we'll expose all the documentation you had, all the loans you took from Africa Continental Bank that you never paid back. He said, okay, I have to agree. Now, do you see why they tried to blackmail me? And I said, no. I love it anyway. I love when I'm being talked about in whatever way, in whatever shape, whatever form. They don't know that I know history very well. When the Janjaweed try everything and it fails with their Oduduwa lackeys, they are lapdogs from Oduduwa. They are lapdogs, Yoruba lapdogs to the Fulani. When they try everything and it fails, they go for blackmail. And I warned you people here on Radio Biafra. I warned you in 2014. I warned you in 2015. I said to you that we must train ourselves because the heavyweights will join this very battle of blackmail. And BBC has joined the battle. They use BBC Igbo and BBC Pidgin to open up their phase of attack against me and IPOB. If you go and Google Nnamdi Kanu, you will see that same news. It's been there for nearly a month. BBC Pidgin. In that news, it says that Nnamdi Kanu collects $85,000 every month to rubbish Nigeria. Not that I pay no tax, I collect from people. BBC. And you know the funniest thing? That news has been there for over a month. It's not moved, it's been there. If you Google IPOB, you will see the same news. If you Google Nnamdi Kanu, it is there. If you go to Biafra, it is there. If you don't see it, you see it there. BBC Pidgin. Nnamdi Kanu, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, they connect 85,000 to rubbish Nigeria. It is the upside down news, upside down. That is what they do, because they have looked everywhere. There is nothing in the closet, no dirty blackmail. They went for that one. An outright lie. But it doesn't matter from the BBC. It's exiting there. And I warned you about this in 2014. A time will come, they will attack us with everything they've got. If we can stay strong, right now, if we can remain strong and resilient, and mount the way we attack him back, mount counter-offensive immediately, we will defeat them. Now we are defeating them. They did it to Azikiwe ran away from Biafra. That's what they do. That is their specialty. That is what they specialize in. For you to be part of IPOB, leaders of IPOB, high-ranking officer, a coordinator all the way down. If you're not in the spirit, you can never understand what we are doing and why we do it. You can never understand it. Nnamdi was for Biafra. Blackmail, simple blackmail. The same way some idiots stole my phone in Enugu. One day we'll remember them. You will hear their story. One day, like that. Thinking that by releasing the picture, a video of me and my wife in my own bedroom, that somehow I will stop Biafra. You see how foolish they are. Oh, once Rika kidnapped me, they stripped me naked and were videoing me. Women were urinating on me. Have you ever told you that before? Oh, once Rika videoed it, I wanted to use it to blackmail me and I told him to go to hell to publish it. I dare him to do it. He didn't stop me from this. And it was then I realized that I said, I'm going to put you through all these things to see if you're ready for this very battle. Because you are going to meet monsters ahead. It's only preparation. And that is where we are today. Some of you don't know this, do you? That is why blackmail to us is rubbish. It never works, but it can never work. It can never work, not to us. It works on Azikiwe, and they got him. And he denounced Biafra. That is the same thing they're using on Nnamdi. They have video of Nnamdi kneeling down and begging to be made the vice president. They have video of him kneeling and begging Chinedu to make him the governor of Enugu State. He is useless. They have something on all of them. They told Okeziba, if you talk of him, we will probe you. All the money you have stolen. Do you know Abaki Jada went to go and play with Abaki in London? To live in the state for him. Are you aware of that? Are you aware? And by going to London to go and see Abaki, he showed he's a very weak man. That was the day they decided they would not give it to go to him. Because he went to beg. You don't beg Janjaweed. You take what is yours by force. You know, they are not able to reason. I want you to understand that there is a method in our madness. We appear mad, yes. There is a method. If you calm down, if you calm down, you will understand that our method is delivering the result. Everywhere is IPOB and Biafra. Everywhere blanket. We know what we're doing. But if you're a fool, you cannot say it. Because you're not on that oath, you're not in the spirit. One of the demon of Sabo goes inside you, you're finished. You're gone. Now you understand what we are doing. I said I was going to listen to the whole of this, but I think the time is going and we'll have to leave it for another day. But I need you to understand that now is the time for us to attack more. If they say we are being insulted, insult them 100 times more now. Because the devil has come out. Devil believes it. The serpent has reared its ugly head. We must decapitate it. We must cut off the head of the serpent. Now, not tomorrow. You don't know it's a coordinated attack against us to see if they can get our people to move. To say, oh, I don't want to, is it the time of Biafra and it's going to come? Me, I don't want it to, Biafra is not religious freedom. When I say that you are free to worship a snake if you want, they don't want to hear that. So. No, they don't. We need a Biafra of freedom, a Biafra of religious tolerance. But you heard me say on Radio Biafra that you can worship a tortoise if you want to. You can worship a goat. That is your business. They will never hear that one. Is that one that their treacherous, envious, stubborn nature is telling them that's what they want to write? That's what they write. Stubborn thinker. That is what they want. It doesn't matter how you explain. That thing they want to write is what they write. Because they're foolish. Because they're not in the spirit. They don't understand what we are doing. They don't know what we're doing. When we started this movement, I made it very clear that I am the only person that knows everything. The rest I tell what I want to tell them. Because as they say when we come to the Bible, you can never tell what you wake up and find a black man doing the next morning. No. I am the only person that I can vouch for that tomorrow morning I will be doing Biafra. I will be putting everything that I have into it. So go and search your conscience, all of you, and ask yourself, am I ready for this battle? We are in a very dangerous phase of the battle of hearts and minds. Oh, there is something. Is this how Biafra is going to be? It will be a dictatorship. It will be this. And I have told them I will not be the head of state. Oh, they don't want to hear. That is how they behave. When an envious nature is bubbling away, they don't even listen to reason. I said, Nnamdi Kanu, will not be. I will not contest. I will not put myself forward to contest any office. They still won't listen. That's the way they are. We know their tricks. I am waiting for BBC to unleash their own Armageddon. That's what I'm waiting for. Not to work on this very fast. It's not 100,000 with the blue, black, and red pen. They're not touching their shirt. They always wear on sleeve. They're button it, but they won't tuck it in with sandal slippers. Light blue shirt and light brown pants on top of sandal slippers. With her black above my dollar. You know that little bag they carry. You see that with their pen. It's always black, red, and blue pen. Professional petition writers. There is something. Is this how Biafra is going to be? We have, from day one, I made it very clear that Biafra is open to liberate everybody. I want Oduduwa to be free. I want Biron people to be free. I want Chinedu people to be free. I want Hausa people to be free. I even want the downtrodden Fulani boy or man to be free. I want freedom for all. I was in prison, I was campaigning for the freedom of Fulani, of Hausa, of Yoruba, of everybody. In their presentation. In prison, I paid for lawyers to represent non-Biafrans. I presented their bail. I gave them money to transport from Kuja prison to go home. Without asking for anything else. I don't want to come and join IPOB or join Biafra. Because I believe in freedom. Freedom for everybody, not just for Biafra. I said for everybody. If you don't know. We must continue. We are live and we are there. The time now is approximately almost nearly 8:30 p.m. in the blessed land of Biafra. The whole world is listening. Humanity is, because they know we speak the truth. When they listen to us, you know, it's not injection. You know, when we are small, your mom is taking you to go and get injection at the pharmacist. You'll be complaining. But your mom is doing it not because she hates you, but because she loves you and wants you to be well. Your mom knows that needle going inside you is very painful. It's not good for anybody. But for this, her lovely child to be well, you must receive that needle. That is the needle we are giving you now. You must, to have sense, you must receive it. That's what we are doing. Not out of hatred. How can you hate people and you are prepared to sacrifice everything to save them? How? I ask. If you don't want to be a part of what we are doing, I'm not going to plead or massage or make you feel good, no. You will take that drip. You will take that injection. You will not work for us when you drink it. So. Bitter leaf, you know, bitter leaf. You know pump in those days. How many of you receive pump from and want somebody to look for a picture of a pump and publish it? How many of you receive pump? Like one pump in one time. If you are using pump, the same bitter leaf. They squeeze it. Your grandmother and your mother will connive behind your father's back. They will pump you. Your stomach will be full. To cleanse, it's called detox. To cleanse you. So that you can be well. That's what we are doing. It's uncomfortable, but it's something you must go through. What IPOB is doing is detoxing your brain because your brains are full of toxicity. So we are trying to cleanse it so you can live like a human being. If you don't know, that is the British. The damage they did to you. They showed you how to rig the election, how to divide people, how everything that is wrong with the two from the British. Look at where we are today. No electricity, no roads, no that. Now, to the point where people come to your village, they rape a woman, abduct the daughter. You come to social media the next day, the only concern you have is, he insulted us as he was saying it. And you want me to regard you like a human being with common sense. And as you're busy yapping away at your idiocy, Janja would have brought back their bill. That Ruga, that colonization bill is back, if in case you don't know. As they are killing, they're very clever at what they do. They are being advised by the British. They know what they're doing. As they're killing you, moving into your land slowly, in a stealthy fashion, moving into your villages, one death at a time, one killing at a time. They have the police with them. They have the army with them. Meanwhile, your own sons and daughters of the villages where they are taking over and killing people are in the army helping them, not knowing that. They are in the police helping them. Or are you claiming you don't know? Are some of you not in the army and the police? And your own villages are being ravaged. Do you see the foolishness of everybody in that zoo? Today we are telling you that they have resubmitted what they call an executive bill to the National Assembly for the federal government of the zoo called Nigeria to take control of all waterways and their banks in Nigeria. And this will pass. And when it passes, you start saying, we need to protect them. And after today, the whole thing dies down. It is only IPOB that is consistent. Every blessed day, these same issues we raise them. Every day we raise them. That you may know what is happening to you. They are bringing back the Ruga bill. It's coming back and they will pass it. Because all the governors, they have promised them vice presidential slots, all of them. After the expose I did on the woman that the daughter was abducted, all of a sudden Nnamdi State sent some people there to go and give her money. I saw her now, she's now wearing makeup, foundation, she's wearing eyelashes, false eyelashes. They made her up, brought a makeup artist, they made her up. And I'm thinking, is this the woman I was talking to the other day? That's how blacks are. Black people. Now you understand, don't you? What we're saying. Somebody saying this is a bad deal. All Nigerians, all niggers in this bill must rise up now to resist this obnoxious bill. And for those who are listening from civilized societies wondering why this man will be calling their own people niggers, it's because that is their name. Nigeria is Nigeria. It's nigger. It's a nigger territory that is the name. And that is why they are Nigerians. They are the only people to be named after a slave, and they will take it. They are the only people that you come to them and say to them that your name which praises God in heaven, Some Tojubu, is bad. You should write an answer Bonaventure, and they will agree. I want people to understand that there is something defective in the brain of a black man. That is why you will abandon everything that you are to adopt something that you're not even good at in the first place. Do you understand me? And somebody cleverly wrote, or should I say, commented or even observed what has been happening, what has been going on. The person said, do not blame Janjaweedism, Islamization on anything else, blame it on colonialism. Very, very important, because our argument has been very simple. Very, very simple. They are arresting, I'm sorry to stop here. There is ongoing arrest of IPOB family members in a place called Amangu, in Afi South local government area of the state. They are not arresting Fulani headsmen that kill our people. They are not arresting Mieti Allah terrorists who incidentally are serving in some of these governments. They are not doing anything of that sort, but they are arresting IPOB family members. So if you are a frontline IPOB family member in Amangu, in Afi South LGA in Ebonyi State, We are receiving information now that SARS are arresting our people in that very area. Very, very important, because of the death of a Fulani person who died, and because nobody is able to account for why these Fulani terrorists died. They are now out to arrest everybody. That's what they're doing. That is the type of land that we are in. I do not know what is happening. We are trying to get to the Jihadi Watch site, and for some inexplicable reason, it is not opening. Because I want the whole world to understand what is happening. They have taken it off. Jihadi Watch. It's in Yahoo News, actually. Don't blame Sharia for Islamic extremism in the zoo called Nigeria. Blame it on colonialism. Some of you don't quite understand the extent of the damage that colonialism did to the brain and the psyche of people who call themselves Nigerians. You don't understand. Without the British giving power to the Fulanis, I don't think that today Miyeti Allah will be, should I say, the second most deadly terror group in the whole world. These are the damaging effects of colonialism that some of you are blind to, some of you cannot see. Now we must continue. Some people are saying you must restructure now or risk collapse. Who is saying restructure now? Or Basanjo is saying so. Restructure now or we risk collapse. Or Basanjo, that you went to war to fight against restructuring. True or false? Ojuku went to Ghana to negotiate at Aburi with Gowon. Ojuku came back and said, implement Aburi. Gowon said no. The next minute, you people flooded our land, and by the time you are done, 5 million people lay dead. And now, after 53 years, you're asking for black people. You're asking for restructuring. You're asking for the same Aburi that all of you saw, they did nothing about. That is the way they are in the zoo. That is how they reason. Or Basanjo is asking for one again of the possible collapse of Nigeria if the Buhari administration, of course, is not Aisha's boyfriend with Buhari mask, looked on while the country lapses into various insurrections and criminals. Who are the criminals you have in Nigeria? Fulani headsmen. Who are the terrorists you have? Fulani terrorists, Boko Haram, ISIS in West Africa, Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb, and some all Fulani. In spite of all these shortcomings, Britain still wants them to retain power. Something I can never understand. And now people are lamenting. Oh, that is restructure. How can you restructure? You went to war to go and kill restructuring. Now you're asking of restructuring. The same thing will happen to our people, Biafrans. One day they'll be pleading and say, oh God, where is IPOB? Why is IPOB not here? They will beg. If somebody said to the Jew that time, 53 years ago, that one day this thing that you are fighting Biafrans for, you'll be begging for it, you won't get it. They won't believe it. Everybody now in the middle belt, where Go One comes from, is asking for restructuring. They want the same thing that was negotiated at Kabul. But they went to war because of it. That is the typical black man. They went to war, killed 5 million innocent Biafrans because of it. And after 53 years, shamelessly they're asking for it. What does that tell you about them? What does that tell you about them? We must warn our people in our people, please. Very, very important to go into the bush tonight. Because Dave Umahi is spearheading. Have they cut us off? Because Dave Umahi is heading the raid in that very place. They are arresting our people. Very, very sad indeed. That's what they do. Very, very sad indeed. I've preached before about Ottoman Danfodio, what they are doing and what they will continue to do, if some of you will understand. It was the same people that said 1914 was a mistake. Somebody wrote something very, very important, which I will try and go through later on. But we must understand that the history of the Fulani in West Africa, like that of Islam, is a essentially a violent succession of military conquest. You must understand that. This is what I want to do what to understand. I want Yoruba people, you to do what to understand it. Understand it. Understand it. Don't be like Obasanjo. After 53 years, you now realize you made a mistake by going to fight Biafra. What was Biafra? You know about restructuring? It was when that restructuring, no, it didn't say. It was when Britain advised Nigeria, go on, through Fulani, to abandon the restructuring that the war broke out. So Obasanjo went to war to go and fight restructuring. After 53 years, he is now asking for the same thing that he fought against. People must ask go on. Go on, stop praying. Show us a good accord. And tell us why it was not implemented. That is the type of truth people should be after. Not all this cosmetic nonsense, restructuring, 4 regions, 6 regions, 8 regions, rubbish. The issue is go on alive? Yes, go on. Where is that abhorring accord? And another question is, as you're looking it out, tell us, why did you not implement it? End of story, and the whole issue is solved. And I hope for deceivers, people deceiving themselves. They know where the answer is. Why are you having a restructuring debate when no one is alive? Go and ask him where is the damn document, bring it out. And then you hold him and ask him, instead of this your useless prayer, you say you claim you're holding. Bring out, as you're bringing out your Bible again, your faith Bible, bring out the Aburi Accord. And as you're praying to, you're going to be praying to God, ask God, answer, why did you not implement Aburi Accord? People are there deceiving themselves. They're asking me when I go to see diplomats, won't you agree to restructure Nigeria? The one that was restructured of Aburi, what happened to it? What happened? You want IPOB to kill him, to prepare for election in 2023 to become relevant. But was it not what happened in Imo State? People voted and they put in number 4. From number 4 to number 1. If we come out now to defend the vote, they'll kill us. And what will you do? He said, he wanted people to die. I'm an enemy. People are just so dumb, it's unbelievable. That's why I'm telling you who you are, and you start insulting you. Who told them insulting you? Who told them insulting you? There was something in news I saw today was so shocking I couldn't believe it. So shocking, was unbelievable. And when I see such news, I double down on the way that I speak to people. I double down on it. When you went to war 53 years ago to go and kill the structuring which you're not asking for, which I think is very bizarre, very foolish and very bizarre. I can't understand it. I can't understand. Why then did you go to war? Why did you kill 5 million Biafran people? Why? Ojukwu went to Aburi to negotiate for a restructured Nigeria. Came back and asked you, please implement what we agreed. He asked for Biafra. Ojukwu said, implement what we agreed in Aburi. He said no. That was why you invaded my land, to kill as many as you can. And today people are asking for restructuring as if the man that negotiated for restructuring is dead. No one is alive. So, Obasanjo, take your query on restructuring, not to Aisha's boyfriend in Afro, take it to go on. Maybe you might get some mileage out of it. I read this news and it reminded me as to why I keep saying it all the time, that black people are intellectually deficient. I'm saying it now, so those of you who have white friends and you cry, oh, he should take it, he's insulting people. Listen carefully to this, what I have to say, please. This is headline from British Guardian newspaper. Petrol sold to Nigeria from Europe is dirtier than black market bush fuel. Do you know what is the black market bush fuel? It is those, what they call the model refineries you have, that's those that are into oil bunkering do in our land, in the coastal region of Biafra land, especially in Israel land. What I'm at a loss to understand this. Guardian newspaper in the UK is trying to remind us that Nigeria, they import fuel from outside. And they have 4 refineries. In Biafra, Onen, Warri, and Kaduna. 4 refineries that cost billions to build. Now, when I say something, they say you are insulting black people. You are so insulting. You are rude and you're arrogant. And I want somebody to tell me why a so-called country that oil comes out of the ground in Biafra land with 4 refineries, every year they graduate over 10,000 students or undergraduates of petroleum engineering, petrochemical engineering, and chemical engineering. These people that are graduating, they have no jobs. Now, just follow me, please. Be patient with me. The people graduating from this university, they have no job. But meanwhile, there are 4 refineries that are moribund. And what you need to get these refineries to be working is simple crude oil. And that crude oil is coming out in abundance. In fact, it is exported to outsiders. Now, this is the funny part about this whole nonsense. They now export this fuel to Europe as crude oil that contains everything. It contains kerosene, it contains fuel for petrol for your car, it contains grease, it contains engine oil, it contains everything. You export this raw material as Britain intended, and then you import fuel, which is petrol. And that petrol you are importing from Europe is better than the ones we are refining. And you always send the army headed by Fulani people to go into our creeks to destroy our refineries that is producing cleaner fuel than the one imported from Europe. I want the world to understand the level and the scale of foolishness of the black man, so that when we say what we say, they can now appreciate why we are upset, why we are very angry. We have oil coming from our land. We can refine that oil. But Fulani said no. We don't want any employment in Biafra land. We want you to suffer, to go to Kanu, to go to Abuja, to go to Lagos. We want you to travel. We want you to emigrate out of your land in search of greener pastures. Go to Europe, go to America, go to wherever. It doesn't matter to them. They take that our oil, rather refining it in Biafra refinery, or in Onen refinery, or in Warri refinery, or even in Kaduna. They say no. They export it abroad. These are your leaders. These are your elite, your intellectuals. Those you call your political leaders. They are doing this to you. Meanwhile, your own children are graduating from University of Port Harcourt in Ibuata, of course, and from USC as well in Ibuata, and many other universities. They have studied petroleum engineering, which means they are now ready to work in the petroleum sector, which means in the refineries. Yet there are no jobs. Do you still want Biafra? Can people now begin to understand why we need Biafra? Can you now appreciate what we are talking about? Can you now see that the zoo called Nigeria shouldn't stand? Do you see the quality of positions that you're producing? Do you see how sad and miserable existence is? And the fuel that you're bringing in from Europe is dirty, much more dirtier than the ones we are actually refining, the ones that the Fulanis are destroying, the ones that are killing us over. Can't you see? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Black market fuel made from stolen oil in rudimentary bush refineries, hidden deep in the creeks and swamps of Biafra land, is less polluting than the highly toxic diesel and petrol that Europe exports to Nigeria. They analyzed in the lab. They found out that what we are refining in the creeks is cleaner than the rubbish they are bringing from Europe. And when they see us refining, they kill us. And they bring in poison from Europe. That is the aspect of the reasoning of a black man that I can never condone. You see why I said that black people are backwards? Our reasoning is backwards. Do you see why we want Biafra? People graduate from universities. They graduate and they give them a very poorly made Chinese phone. They come online campaigning for one idiot or the other, saying it's the son of my village. Yet they have no jobs. The refinery is up the road, it's closed. The one you're trying to refine in the house is better than the one they're importing from Europe. They transport the crude oil to Europe, they only bring back one item, petrol, out of it. So all the other components, aviation fuel, paraffin and everything is now left to European colonial masters. And you come back and you claim your intelligence. You claim I should respect you. Are you not even ashamed of asking me to respect you? That is how the zoo flows. That is how they work. That is how the zoo works. That is how it works. And that is why we must do all we can to ensure that Biafra is restored. Restored in our time. Restored in our time. Restored in our time. That is where it is. That is why somebody wrote today, I got it very early in the morning. The person that said, wonder shall never end. Those of them that believe in one Jew, one Nigeria, how market? How? I posted it. How market, I'm asking you? They have now plugged up their gas pipeline to Tunisia, to Algeria, and you're busy writing rubbish on Facebook. Now the hand is insulting. IPAB, they insult you. They are digging pipe and taking the gas to North Africa. You morons, you idiots. You're busy writing rubbish. Polluting everywhere with your darkness and your ignorance. Your oil is traveling all the way to North Africa. Your gas is all the way to North Africa. And you're foolishly there, as useless as ever. You're a graduate of petroleum engineering. No jobs. That's the thing you should be working on is traveling to Tunisia. Traveling to Algeria. And you're there. Campaigning for the next idiot for another 4 years. When you know that Biafra is the way that leads you into the light, you're busy gossiping your lives away. If you have something meaningful doing, you'll be gossiping your life away. There's something they need to understand. Something all of you, including the Iraqs and all these professional petition writers, something you ought to understand. Very, very important, please. You must understand this. That somebody wrote it, I'm going to read it, please. Every politician from the South, including Chinedu, all of them, they are driven by an untold degree of selfishness. While in office, they are all aspiring for the next office. That's why after governor, they must be senator. After senator, they must be governor. They keep rotating themselves. That is their only ambition in life. HAUSA is an example. The strategy to get on the ladder is to sacrifice your people. That's what they do. As HAUSA did in Imo. Their towns and their villages and their region. They are prepared now to come Yala and hand over Adjacent to Yala. As long as they go to Senate. We are doing this thing for ourselves. And some people will rise up tomorrow morning to defend a charlatan, rise up tomorrow morning to defend a traitor. Nnamdi is there and they are killing his people, he's never uttered a word. Not one single word. You remind him to say something, he just will come out and say yes, nothing. Fools. Anyway, just a handful of them. We cannot give you, in fact, if I start to name all of them, I will be happy tomorrow morning. Remember Peter Odele, an Igbo man. He said he's not an Igbo man because he wants to be president of the zoo. He wanted to run for presidency. He squandered the whole money that belongs to River State. He gave it to northern emirs and he gave it to northern opinion leaders. At the end, he failed. Remember that during Obasanjo's tenure in office, he promoted infrastructural development in the north in order to get a third term. He thought an agenda to pass through. At the end, he failed. Remember our dear brother James Ibori? He wanted to be vice president to Yaradua from Delta State. In fact, he converted the Delta State liaison office in Abuja to another ATM for all the northern PDP members. At the end, he did not only fail, he was sent to prison. We remember our dear brother Goodluck Jonathan. He postponed every development in the south of Biafra land because he was waiting for his second tenure. He put all his resources into rehabilitating Almajiri in the north. He built palaces for the emirs from Sokoto to Maiduguri. He built Abuja Kaduna Railway. There's none in his village, none whatsoever. Oh my goodness. East West Road was not even completed, but he built a railway in the north. He built and completed federal universities in Katsina, Jigawa, that only did foundational groundbreaking for the federal university in Biafra. At the end, he was kicked out of Aston Villa by the same INEC chairman that he appointed. That's how foolish they are. Let's not insult them. You can see why I insult you. I'm bringing out your foolishness so you can hear. Remember somebody called Ibe Kakachuku? His name is Ibe Onekachuku, but he doesn't want to sound Igbo. So he will say his name is Ibe Kachichuku. He is from Delta. He's not Igbo, he's from Delta. I don't know if it's from Nile Delta or from Mississippi Delta or from Thames Delta or from the Delta of the Danube or from Limpopo Delta. No, but just Delta. Sorry, Ibe warrior. Ibe Kachuku is his name. He was the General Managing Director of NNPC and a junior petroleum minister. He promoted the Ajokuta Kaduna Kanu gas pipeline that was, started yesterday, flagged off yesterday. But there's no gas pipeline in his own geopolitical zone. But that is, he was the one that started the Ajokuta Kaduna Kanu gas pipeline. He rehabilitated the Petroleum Institute in Kaduna. When the one in Warri is not even in the budget, it's from Delta, and Warri is in Delta. These are the elites. Why don't you have them in Biafra? They are the elites. You must get the elite to support what is happening. You can get the elite to join. It's an elite. Elite for the Alamajiri, for Janjaweed. Janjaweed elitism you have. In fact, they kicked him out of office. He was humiliated out of office with his tail behind his two legs. Remember somebody called Obono Obla? He was appointed the chairman of the Government Asset Recovery Committee. His target was only all the past office holders from his own region and the south. In fact, the Biafra land. At the end, he was framed and arrested. I want to get out to their stupidity. So the world can hear. These are the elite, the elite they want us to join into one Nigeria. Do you remember the immediate past managing director of MDDC and Akwa Ibom State APC governorship candidate? Remember? Mr. Ekele gave out emergency jobs and contracts. NDDC became an ATM for the Villa Boys. Where he is now. How about one they call, his name is Chinedu? I won't call him Rotimi, his name is not Rotimi. His name is Chinedu. He is lobbying to be the vice president in 2023. He sold the entire South and became a frontline saboteur. That was why, as a transport minister, he found it necessary to build Lagos Ibadan, Abuja, Kaduna, Kanu Katsina Rail Line. The Great Eastern Railway from Iguacha via Aba, Onitsha to Enugu and Okene in his books is not feasible. Second Niger Bridge, not even completed. There are many of them. The current petroleum minister is the Timothy Silver. Do you know what he has done? If you say South we from Niger, we from South. We are not from this Biafra thing. You will think they will do something for their laboriously named South or Niger Delta man. For we are darkness Delta. No. His name is Timothy Silver. They will tell you he's the son of the soil. He's a South son. Whatever rubbish means, South. He, Timothy Silver, has initiated the construction of the Ajaokuta Abuja Kaduna Kanu gas pipeline to facilitate, the building of a gas-powered station in Abuja and Kaduna, and to turn Kanu into an industrial hub. And he's from Bayelsa, where people drink the same water they defecate in. He's an elite, frontline elite politician, elite. They are the elite. As the person said, he said the story is too long, and I agree with him. That was why somebody came and was campaigning very vociferously. He said, this man is in Cameroon, he's cutting off the heads of every French colonial master, their statue they have in Cameroon. He said, if your statue is history, we the indigenous people, we are saying your history is on top of our own history. It's overshadowing our own history. Your history is overshadowing the indigenous history. And I love this man so much, because this is what I want the idiots who don't understand what I'm saying about religion to be able to appreciate, to understand something. Your history, you that brought me all this, your history is overshadowing my own history. Why should I allow your history to overshadow my own? Will you allow me my own history to overshadow your own history? Simple question. They can't answer it. And I call you not by the useless, dumb set of people that cannot reason very well. That was why an Akwa born lady married to a man in Cross River State cannot be the Chief Justice of Cross River State. This is what this Jew has done to us. The people making all these policies, all these idiotic policies in Cross River, they forgot that Cross River and Akwa Ibom are the same people. They forgot that there's nothing called ethic. Ethic is a derivative of the Bible. How can you go? I don't. It's so painful. Honorable Justice Ibrahim, appointed as the Chief Justice of Cross River State, could not be confirmed because she is from the neighboring Akwa Ibom. But her husband is from Cross River. If this thing were to happen now in America or in Europe, people will be shouting racism. Racism, Black Lives Matter, Black Lives Matter. You see all these people dedicated for us, what it has done to us. The husband is from Cross River. She is entitled to be nominated or to be appointed and confirmed as the Chief Justice of the state. But alas, no, she is not from there. But before Akwa Ibom State was created, all of you were Cross River State. Do you see how that diversifies it? Do you see how that we are as a people? Do you see why I use the choice of words that I use when describing black people? Do you see how foolish we are as a race? Can you see our idiocy? They think everything is comedy, everything is a joke. Nobody, no, I won't say nobody because in IPB we reason. Nobody, these people, they don't go back to go and think. before this place was called Cross River State. All of a sudden, it's so sad, so sad, so sad, so sad. I don't know, I'm tired and I'm fed up. Tired and fed up. This level of idiocy, I don't know where, I have no idea where it comes from. And as I'm on air right now, I have a news for those of you who are worried about insults. It is breaking from a Yoruba newspaper. This is from Nation Newspaper saying, Fulani gangs have raped a woman to death in Ebonyi. Her name is Agnes Otekpe from the Abakaliki government area. She was hired by a farmer in the community to harvest some crops. While working in the farm, two headsmen came with heads of cattle gangs. They raped her until she lost consciousness. And you want me to be part of one Nigeria? Where's number one? God punish you and punish your family from now till the kingdom comes. Bastards everywhere, idiots everywhere. This is happening in our land, and you are more concerned about how you're spoken to. Are you not a fool? Are you not an idiot? We just think about it, of course, the answer is no. Raped to death in the Abakaliki. The day I give the order now to march, you will see these idiots from everywhere, they will crawl out. Now they won't say anything. These are the things that I expect some of you idiots to be writing on your Facebook pages and on your walls. Our land is under siege. Our mothers are being raped and killed. I've given you her name. Raped, killed in a farm, in our own land, an abomination before God and before man. And all you care about is how people talk to you. Say the power of idiot. Stupid of it. In fact, show them the video of the man. Who has seen the video of the man who was killed? Have you seen it? Have you not seen it? Has anyone complained? Apart from the fact that I kept saying, going to let you, that is one of the very reality. And he came out. And he lamented. There is a reason why I want to hear Udejinjim lament. There is something it does to the spirit. Those of you that survived the war as I did, after the war, there's a song. I don't know who played that song. Somebody will tell me tonight. We'll post the one of anything in there. Go and look for it and listen to it. Acquire it. Nobody can listen. Even as a child, I listen to it. My life changed till today. You go to one of anything in there. Go and listen to it. You will know what the zoo did to you. Look at, they are not killing us in our own homes. Look at that video. Publish it so they will see it. Or that it will come out today, and I thank the Most High that He's alive and well. He's alive and well. Oh my goodness. The same thing they're doing in this video, they're doing in Burkina Faso. Some of you don't know this. There is bloodshed in Burkina Faso, Fulani on the march everywhere. With the money they stole from the zoo, subsidy scam, all the fraud in the world they're perpetuating, they are using it to spread a new version of Fulani supremacy, using violence and terrorism. And all some of you idiots are doing is every person writing rubbish, writing junk. Writing junk. They are there in Burkina Faso. Jihadists everywhere. They are now in our land. They want to give them space by legislating for waterways and everything. They will understand it and they will pass through. And you will do nothing. Some of you, I bless all of you were, in fact, most of you were born by foreign people during the war and after the war. Some of your parents were born by the Fulanis. That's why you can no longer speak. There must be compulsory DNA test. Once Biafra comes, I'll be the number one person. I'll do my own DNA test. We must do DNA test. Let us know where our fathers come from. Some of you are a disgrace, honestly. A complete disgrace. That's the same where we come from. They have to complain, I got around the argue. All that nonsense you're yapping and talking about, is that the issue at hand? The issue is that our land is under siege. Fulani are on the march, our mothers are being raped, our men are being slaughtered, our daughters are being abducted, and you're writing rubbish. Thunder fire you there. You're writing nonsense. You're writing rubbish. Nonsense as always. He said, why won't I thought you are a fool? What have you done? I want, when I go online, I look at all of you, your timeline, you're talking about what is happening in our land. That's what the world wants to read about, not rubbish. Little more than 5 years ago, Burkina Faso was on the up. It was going up, priding itself as a favored tourist attraction destination for Europeans. Today, the country is sinking, battered by a jihadist revolt that swept in from the neighboring Mali, Janjaweed on the march. They rode into Niger and cast a shadow over the country, destroying it. That's what they're doing to us. We're not so poor, so we are doing rubbish. Only you idiots know how to write on Facebook. Say the work will not come down. Fools everywhere. Burkina Faso is in serious mess, is in trouble. Very serious trouble. Very serious trouble. The same way the Jew is in very serious trouble. And none of you can do anything about it. It was only yesterday that the Enugu Anglican Church, I'm sure it is Archbishop Chukuma, now telling them, this is what I expect the useless world to be doing. Useless to the core. Compromise fool, meaning down to bed. His useless Iraq, you know that about it. Why did you kneel down to beg to be made ordinary governor of your state? Kneeling down before your government to beg to be governor of your state. Kneeling down. Wait, you don't know the GD exists. Because I'm not a blackmailer. I don't believe in blackmail. I release it. I don't believe in it. Anything I say is gospel, and they know it's truth. Every word I utter is gospel. I told you Burata is not coming back. I told you, what's his name? Oshibajo is missing, presumed dead. I told you have to run Fidelity. It's empty. You can camouflage it. You can pay as many people as possible to write. Imagine to Buhari. Buhari was responsible. He's rubbish. You know as run Fidelity. You are all deceiving yourselves, hypocrites. All of you are hypocrites. The judge with Nnamdi, you know her. For they are like a parasite. Now, is this parasite? I don't know. It's like a fish, but it's not a fish actually. I don't know what it is. It latches onto a fish. You keep sucking that fish until there's no more blood left in it, and it will die. That's what Fulani is doing to you. By the time they enter into Yoruba, they will gulp you down. They will swallow you whole. It took Obasanjo 53 years to be lamenting like a baby. 53 years to realize Ojukwu was right. It took Obasanjo 53 years to realize that Ojukwu that was demonized was right. The same way some of you realize it. The right lady has been right all along. Mad people everywhere. Enugu Anglican Church have said that all the security personnel from the north serving at various checkpoints in the southeast should go because they are the ones they are the Janjaweed that are coming in. They are the ones making your life a misery. Why can't our people police our land? You can't bring the Fulani man to the commission. Oh my goodness. I'm so upset sometimes that I don't know. I'm so upset. They can't say anything. Just be talking rubbish. Insecurity everywhere. Insecurity everywhere. Everywhere. People are suffering. People are dying. And all they do is say, 2023, who is your governor? Have you seen a justice? Is your project here? Is he winning? Is he living? You are useless. Especially the animals from the zoo, Nigeria. I don't know what they teach them in their useless universities. Only God knows. Only heaven knows what they teach them. But they come out more useless. They come out more foolish. They come out more intellectually handicapped than they were. This is the lawmaker. I want to play a lawmaker for you, telling you the level of insecurity in the zoo. The level of insecurity in the zoo. So you understand? A lawmaker. A lawmaker in Abuja telling you what is happening in the zoo. And for me, just on the country like himself, he said, the way they talk there. I don't know anyway. Listen, please. Listen.
Mr. Speaker, where are we going?
Listen.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot go to my village and sleep. I cannot go to my village and spend a night. And I'm speaking to you.
Adamuchika speaking.
For the last 1 year, wallahi, I can't go to...
They are an APC member of the House.
And this is where I find...
He's crying in the House.
Mr. Speaker, it is terrible.
He's crying.
It is terrible.
Of course it is.
We have to do something about it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are you listening now? Did you hear that? This is supposed to be a lawmaker. His name is Adamuchika. APC, Niger State, Niger State. He is lamenting. He is crying. Begging for something to be done. He has not gone to his village. He is crying. Is he concerned about himself? I'm asking you, is he concerned about himself? Is that what are you going to stop Biafra? Once we commence our march, if Sunday you will fall, we will kill you. You are going to have a great. And instead of all that nonsense you're writing, instead of it to do your proper sabotage work, to write to governments of the world, to report to Nnamdi, Kanu and IPOB. Because if you think I'm going to keep quiet as they continue to kill people, then you're dreaming. Do you think I'm keeping quiet? I'm collecting all the evidence, that's all. So any day I give the order to match, the world will see that they are the ones provoking us. You think I'm the truth? I know what I'm doing. We are keeping quiet, collecting all the evidence. So the day I give the order to match, the world will know that we are the aggrieved party. Not all the lies of 67 to 70. After 53 years now, can we restructure? The same restructuring why you went to war after 53 years. Because you have no vision, you have no foresight, out of envy towards Ojukwu because he's well read and blessed. After 53 years, you're begging for something that Ojukwu gives to you on a platter of gold. 67. On a platter of gold, you said no. Out of your envy. That is the thing about the enviousness of the black man. It is blind, doesn't see. Well, some of you now, 2 or 3 of you, writing in defense of now. That was how Ojukwu was castigated. He's a rebel. He's a rabble-rouser. He's a young man. He was only 35. He doesn't listen to others. He doesn't listen. Isn't it very funny? That after 53 years, those that claim they know they are begging for what Ojukwu gave them on a platter of gold. And you're not ashamed of yourselves. Let us listen to Adamuchika again. I love his lamentation. He was crying. That is the zoo for you. That is Nigeria for you. That is the colonial contraption that the British built for you. That is the human misery of the country for you. That is where you export oil, crude oil, and import only petrol that is dirtier than the ones that we are refining in our bushes. That is the place where a graduate can never find a job. But instead we're praising those who is making his life or her life a misery. Only in the zoo, only in Africa, only a black person can reason in such a very dreadful way. Sad indeed. Listen to the voice of Adamuchika and weep for yourselves and your zoo, Nigeria.
Mr. Speaker, where are we going? Mr. Speaker, I cannot go to my village and sleep. I cannot go to my village and spend a night, and I'm speaking to you. For the last 1 year, wallahi, I can't go to my village and sleep. I feel very insecure. And this is where I find myself. Mr. Speaker, it is terrible. It is terrible. We have to do something about it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Did you hear that? That is the legendary zoological republic for you. That is the way the zoo runs. People don't listen. When you try to correct them, you're insulting us. So is it not better for you to be insulted and you listen properly and do something about the state of insecurity in the land so that you can go to your village? If you've learned nothing this evening, as an aspiring traitor, mobile, baby sabo, if you've learned nothing today, because Nihia Wardrobe comes from a lineage of saboteurs. If you've not learned anything today, I want you to learn this, or to take this away. Ojukwu was called every name under the sun. The British demonized him. All manner of names were leveled against him. Today he's in the grave of blessed memory. After 53 years, the same thing Ojukwu got and negotiated for everybody, those that fought Ojukwu are today asking for it. Now, who is the fool? Only you can answer that. And on that note, we have come to the end of today's proceedings. We are proud of what God in heaven is doing with us. Jealousy means nothing to us. Traitors will come, they will go. Our march is unstoppable. As I told you before, not everybody who started with us will end with us. Some will fall by the wayside, many people will come in, but the march is unstoppable. Look at the football team. I remember now that Liverpool is the champions once again of England. People have come, they've gone, but the name Liverpool remained. That has going to be with IPOB. People will come, people will go, but IPOB shall remain. Those playing for Liverpool today, the for Liverpool, the last 10 years, that's how it is now. But that name, that club remains. That's how life is. So I want all of you hardcore to be resident, determined more than ever. We will take the fight. You know, our enemies don't like the fact that we take the fight to them. We take the fight to you, and we demolish you. And it's not going to stop. We are even going more ferocious, because we know our enemies are coming. Because things will happen this year. We need to be prepared for the fights to come. Because it is that Biafra comes, or we all die getting Biafra. Simple as that. And that is why we proclaim with every certainty, without any hesitation, and with every pride, honor, and dignity in us, that Biafra is not just a country, it's not just a nation, but Biafra to us is a religion. Here on Radio Biafra is where we worship. Because Elohim Adonai El Shaddai, God Almighty in heaven, the Alpha and the Omega, is our God. From me, from here, it is good evening.
Get it online on your mobile. This is IPOB Community Radio, Radio Biafra, the first and the last.
Because what I am saying, Honorable Manyamini, our people are lame. They are weak. I am struggling to count how many men there are in Biafra land. There are no more men left. Weak, docile, and imbecilic. Weak. I don't know how we can take such people to war. I don't know how we can take men who are not men into battle and win. I am ashamed. Very, very ashamed. Nonetheless, we must preach this very gospel because man did not ask us to come. Chukwu Abiyama in heaven mandated that we should come. If not, that I was called to do this very work, I will not speak to any of you anymore. But Chukwu Abiyama said this very gospel must be preached, and we must preach it. I have prayed since yesterday up until now. My request is very simple. The same prayer I made in secret, I will make out here in the open. Chukwu Abiyama biko, since it is your intention that your kingdom will be restored upon this very earth, I need men. I need men. I did not say boys. I said I need men. Those of them that you created to restore your kingdom, they should come forward now, not tomorrow, not next year. Chukwu Abiyama. You must bring them now. I did not say tomorrow. Because the insult is too much. It is beyond what any human being can endure. We want to go and get Biafra, or we die in the process, because we are better off dead than witness some of this nonsense going on. The level of insult is beyond what any decent human being can tolerate. They bring their cattle into our land. They desecrate our land. They kill us in the presence of our families, and nobody does anything about it. And when the police attend, the police sit idly by as people are being killed by not a multitude of people. Only 4. Only 4 Hausa people can sack an entire village in Biafra land, and we call ourselves men. No, we are not men until we redeem our honor, until we look at integrity and say we must have a part of it. Until then, to be honest with you, this is Radio Biafra. Now is the time to come forward. I did not say tomorrow. Now, tonight is the time to come forward. 100 of us, and then we march. 100 and we march. The rest can come later if they want to. I am tired of broadcasting. I want to fight for my country. I want to carry arms to defend the honor and integrity of my country. I want to avenge the death of 6 million people. I want Biafra to stand as a beacon of hope, freedom, and liberty in black world. I want Biafra to stand as a testament to the glory of heaven upon the face of this very earth. I want Biafra to stand because my obligation to the dead outweigh that which I owe to the living. That is why Biafra will stand, and Biafra will come. 100 men, that's all. And we march. The rest can come later on. I no longer give a damn. The disgrace and the insult is too much. We must go and meet our enemies, even if we have only machete and hoes. It is far more better for us to go and meet them and die with a semblance of dignity than with this very humiliation which we encounter every blessed day. We must assemble as quickly as possible.
So we have a very, very, very special guest with us today, Dr. Uju Anya, and she is a professor at Carnegie Mellon University in applied linguistics.
Yeah.
And so welcome. So I had 2 more questions, and I want to open it up. Has this experience changed the way, because like you said, you kind of go in, you use Twitter, you kind of almost like prepare, like you said, to teach when you go in there. Has this experience changed the way you're looking at engaging in social media, or do you intend to continue to engage in the way you have?
So even in this, my most intense moment on social media, fundamentally, more than I am anything else in this world, more than I am a mother, more than I am a researcher, more than I am a sister, a community member, I am a teacher. And if I'm going to do anything, I'm going to teach.
Right.
And even in that very intense moment of profound pain and my outburst, my emotional outburst of deep, deep pain, I was teaching. I followed up explaining that there was a genocide against the Biafra people.
Right.
Right. Who were trying, the Igbo people who were trying to form an independent nation of Biafra. They wanted to be separate from the country that the British Empire had imposed on us, which was this country of Nigeria, where they kind of took a bunch of independent nations who don't have anything to do with each other, don't even speak each other's language, don't relate. Many of them were even enemies and warring at the time, smushed them all together and drew these arbitrary lines around them and called them countries and named those countries.
Right.
And then said, now y'all get along and do a country for us and be a union for us. And then go through, contentious, bloody independence processes that never really yield any real independence. You're still part of a commonwealth afterwards.
True.
And you have the eternal meddling in your affairs and the eternal extraction of your resources and the eternal fomenting of divisiveness and infighting in order to be able to control you. This is what an oppressor does, a colonizer does. These are tactics and strategies of dominance.
Right.
We were subjected to that as a larger unit of Nigeria. And then when the Igbo people said, we want our own thing, let's go and do that. Well, it so happened to be that the territory that this new country of Biafra was going to be in included very, very rich oil reserves. And the British were not going to let go of that.
Wow.
And the people that they had put in power, their puppet Nigerian governments weren't going to do that either because they needed it for the Nigerian project.
Right.
And Britain needed it for its own interests and uses. So Great Britain got directly involved in this civil war and in the war for independence and decided that they would do everything to make sure that Biafra did not go.
Wow.
And this everything meant directly funding genocide of the people of Biafra. This is what happened. This is the historical record. I'm not saying anything that's in doubt or in question, right?
Yeah.
Even when it was happening during this period of 1967 to 1970, the BBC themselves were producing documentaries decrying it, covering all the protests that were happening in Great Britain.
This is recent.
Yeah, this is very recent. My sister, for example, is turning 60 this month. And my sister was alive at that time. She was like 5, 6.
Right.
My other brother was alive at the time, and my second brother was in my mother's belly. She was pregnant during this time, running from village to village to escape the bombs that they were throwing at villagers. So when we tell you that 3 million people, some people have said up to 5 million, 6 million, or some people quote low. So the sort of average agreed upon number that you really cannot contest is about 3 million. When you think of a Holocaust,
right,
this is a Holocaust.
Absolutely.
Now, the Holocaust that we typically were most familiar with is the most famous one against the Jewish people.
Yes.
Where they, 6 million of them were massacred.
Absolutely.
So at the most sort of conservative estimation, they did half of us.
Right.
Half that number. Civilians. These are non-combatants. And more than 1 million children alone starved.
Wow.
The British paid for that. And Queen Elizabeth II was ruler. She was monarch at that time. This was the government that she was supervising. Now, I don't buy this notion that she was just a statue, if you will.
I was going to ask you that question.
Or a decorative plant.
Right.
Or, some kind of, I don't know, tchotchke sitting on the shelf.
Right.
This was a ruler. This was someone, the very crown that she had on her head, signifying the fact that she's a monarch was made from plunder.
Right.
Diamonds, blood diamonds.
Absolutely.
So the throne that she's sitting on is a throne of blood. So you cannot say that she was just this little old lady or this figurehead that really had nothing to do with anything, and it was just the British government that were making their deals and, governing however they would, without relating it directly to her, because she directly benefited her very position as a monarch, the palace that she lived in, the opulence, the obscene levels of wealth that she enjoyed.
Absolutely.
Were all paid for by our blood. And I don't say this figuratively. Right. And I don't say this as something that, this long remote past, let's say, of human enslavement, which on my mother's side, she's from Trinidad, my ancestors over there were enslaved by the British. I'm talking about recent living memory of people still alive today. Her money, her government funded our slaughter. And people expected me to be calm or to be, I don't know what they expected.
Right.
When the person who literally paid money for bombs and guns and military supplies to come and massacre your people is dying. Right. You're not supposed to dance. What's the reaction to that?
I remember when we found out that Osama bin Laden was killed, and Americans celebrated, right? Because they held him responsible for 9/11, which just passed, and that terror that occurred, and those 3,000 or so people that died.
Yeah.
And it's like, but when it's our terror, when it's our pain, when it's our loss as Black and brown people, and particularly when we express it in a way that challenges, white supremacy, the white supremacy dominant narrative, and this, kind of almost like Disneying idea that people had of a queen, then all of a sudden it's like we're always told to be civil, to be calm, to be peaceful as Black and brown people. And so, but when it's somebody that you feel harmed America, you can dance, you can celebrate, you can take out your flags, and that's held up. You can have lynchings were celebratory things in the history of the United States of America, where they would have a parade and party and
take children.
Question before we close out, because I saw in the wake of Queen Elizabeth's passing and this conversation around colonialism, a call for reparations, right? I think Jamaicans were saying, like, instead of having more, like, we need reparations.
Absolutely.
You spoke, you taught us about this very recent history around Biafra. Is there a movement or calls for some type of reparation? Because, we've seen reparations happen with the Holocaust of Jewish people. Absolutely. Deservedly so. You mentioned, I'm part of the National African Americans Reparation Commission that was started by Dr. Ron Daniels.
Absolutely. First of all, the Queen never once apologized. She never once opened her mouth to say sorry. Everybody, the history records know what happened and what was done in her name and for her crown. Not just to the people of Biafra, but you talked about the Kenyans, the Indians, the indigenous people, right? Native Americans. So it's just never once have they taken responsibility and just said sorry. So what I am advocating for, and what a lot of people are advocating for, number one is to just recognize what you did and say sorry. And then we can move on to conversations about what does reparations look like. It could look like leaving the oil alone.
Right.
It could look like, actual payments and repayments, of the compensating the 3 million lives that were lost.
Right.
I don't know. We haven't even gotten that far yet because we can't even get them to admit the shit they did.
Wow. Man.
And how does that feel as a language professor to know? It's so, it could all be so simple.
Yeah.
And then just that refusal.
They continue to dehumanize us. That's what it feels like. We are not even human enough to them to sit down with them as equals and say, this is what you did to us. And they recognize it and say, yes, this is what we did and we're sorry. Even though it's open record, the fact that they never open their mouth and sit down with us and say it shows that they continue to view us as less than and undeserving of the common acknowledgement of our humanity and our dignity to say, yes, we harmed you and we're sorry.
Powerful, a powerful way to end,
and that's why we call it This Week in White Supremacy.
Absolutely,
yes.
This is a perfect synopsis of the theme of this show. And
the article we're going to share as our white pages is a recent article. Dr. Anya just wrote Critical Race Pedagogy for More Effective and Inclusive World Language Teaching. Asking folks to, you said you liberated this article from behind.
I did. It was behind a paywall, and I used money from my research funds to pay the publisher to not put a paywall on it, because I believe that the teachers that I work for and I write for, who benefit from my work and who I also benefit from the work they're doing because they provide me with material for scholarship and investigation. I believe that they should have free access to the results of the work I do for them and with them.
Well, we greatly appreciate you doing that and appreciate you taking the time. I know you're busy. I know you've been kind of bombarded with media requests that you would take the time to come and sit with us and be so passionate, so vulnerable, and so open about this journey. And we're thankful to have this relationship with you now and looking forward to continuing to support the incredible work that you're doing at Carnegie Mellon University.
Thank you.
And onwards and upwards. I'm
in the Modern Languages Department in the Second Language Acquisition Program.
Absolutely. All right. Any closing thoughts? And I know we got some announcements. Treble?
I just want to say I am extremely grateful for you sitting down and talking with us, because you taught me a lot just by listening to everything that you were saying. And you provided not only us, but our viewers with the context that is needed to understand why there's a mixed reaction to the death of the Queen. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here, for hosting me. And thank you for, being my entryway into Black Pittsburgh, where I want to dwell.
Oh, that means two things.
Let's get it.
Come on, let's go.
That means two things. BlackPittsburgh.com.
Yeah,
yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I know it's a lot, so I really appreciate you trusting us, and thank you so much to your partner as well. Just love y'all.
I took the time to come here, and I do get a lot of requests, but because you are Black people working for us, and I want to be a part of this community and what you're doing. So thank you for having me here.
Thank you so much.
We have to come to the conclusion that there are no extenuating circumstances. You have been found guilty on all charges. Is there something you could tell the court before pronouncement of your sentence?
All we want is freedom. That's all we want. Freedom. Freedom for children to learn. Freedom for men to work. For mothers to love. For a nation to grow. That's all we want. Equality. For everyone. You see, I am just one of many. A foot soldier. There will be many, many more to follow. So, there is no court of law, no police force, no army that will stop the tide of revolution from turning. There is no punishment that you can lay out in this court. No law your government can pass that that will kill the will of the people. Because we will fight. We will continue to fight until all our people are free. And maybe we can even free you from yourselves. So you can hate us, degrade us, torture us, and kill us. But we will fight. And we will be free. One day, we will be free. Amanda! Solomon Kalushi Mashango, you are hereby sentenced to death. You will be taken to Pretoria Central Prison on a date to be set, and you will be hanged by your neck until you die.
Therefore, the only election that makes sense in our place right now in Biafra land is a referendum. When we achieve a referendum, then all these nice things that people like Obi is talking about, how he's going to revive the economy and how he's going to put people to work, those are beautiful things to say. But for you to be able to implement those things, you have to have a just society to be able to do that. You have to be able to have people that are ready to receive the opportunity and want to participate to make their life better. You don't have that right now. What is Peter Obi going to do with millions of Aramajiris? How is he going to control the military? How is he going to control all the terrorist groups from the north? The banditries, Mieti Allah, Fulani Herdsmen, that are the fourth most deadliest terrorist group in the world by Global Watch on terrorism. And Saru, Al-Shabaab, how is an Igbo president going to control these terrorist groups? How is that going to happen? So the first thing is to secure our life first, before anything else. And the only way to do that is through a referendum. You have to be alive to participate in an election. Right now, our struggle has gone beyond economies. It's gone beyond a way of life. We are fighting for self-preservation at this time. Self-preservation. We're fighting to stay alive. And every Biafran should be able to see that. If you do not see that, it's either you're nonchalant, you don't care, or you're desperately wicked. One or the other. There is no other explanation. Thank you.
Hashtag, we are one family. Indivisible. Under Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag, we are one family. Indivisible. Under Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East.
The type of Biafra I want is the Biafra of my ancestors, the land of the free, where people are allowed to pursue their daily endeavors without interference from any higher authority, where individual and collective autonomy of every component, ethnic, nationality within Biafra will be guaranteed, not just by law, but by virtue of our existence as dignified human beings. A Biafra that will be demilitarized, a Biafra that will be forward-looking, innovative, creative, run on clean, green energy, not reliant on gas or petrol. A Biafra where the police will not bear any arms. A Biafra where people can live and die and you will not see an armed soldier anywhere around you. A genuine republic, a land belonging to the people. We are going to cement this in the way we structure our society. A Biafra that will attract inward investments. A Biafra that will consider every necessity of life as being a human right. Not just in words, but in deed. A Biafra where there will be no strife, no rancor. A Biafra where all men and women will be equal, regardless of their religion, their sex, their creed, their orientation. A Biafra that will maintain open borders to every black soul on the face of this very earth. I do admit that geographically, in terms of landmass, we may not be that huge. The Biafra will operate, or should I say, run an open door policy. Every black person on the face of this earth will be an honorary citizen of Biafra, as long as you're not tainted by terrorism. That is the type of Biafra we want to run. A Biafra where Europeans will sit back and say, we never knew that such innovation and creativity will be possible. A Biafra that, should I say, the likes of Rwanda is a forerunner to, because today they are doing very well as well. That is the type of nation we are going to build. A truly democratic nation, not through the force of arms, but through dialogue and negotiations at all times. Nobody's going to lord it over anybody else. My ancestors never did. That is why we remain the only people not to conquer any other piece of territory, and nobody conquered us until the white man came and our temple fell in 1904. That is the land we're going to go back to. A Biafra of very many nations. A Biafra of autonomous nations within, governing themselves according to their own rules, where nobody will sit at the helm of power and dictate for others what to do. And we are going to accomplish it by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. Now, I know that constant references are being made to Southern Sudan. But I want to let people understand that even after the USA became free from British colonial rule, they also went through a very bitter civil war. And that did not stop them today from becoming preeminent in every sphere of human endeavor, militarily, economically, socially, in every way. So I do believe that is why I said, and I have said this repeatedly, I will never ever lead Biafra politically. Once Biafra is restored, my job is done. I want to be able to prove to our people what sacrifice means, so that those who will come after us will know how to treat our people with respect and with dignity. The thing about Africa is somebody gets into power and they want to stay there forever and ever, see if there is something in it. The little work that I'm doing for Biafran people is very tiring, very, very stressful. Sometimes I don't even know how these presidents manage to sleep. Maybe they don't love their people that much. If you love your people, you cannot sleep at night. Any president in Africa who's not suffering from high blood pressure, you are not sick. That means you're doing something wrong. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. If you're concerned about your people, then I expect you to be very ill at all times. So that is the type of Biafra that we need. That's the type of Biafra we're going to have. A type of Biafra where the wealth, well-being of Sub-Saharan Africa flows from. And I can assure you we are going to deliver it. We will deliver it. The Pan-Africanism that we talk about is going to start from Biafra, because mind you, I did not say that we're just going to have Biafra and then we shut up all the borders. No. What we want to do is to return to our organic political cultural arrangement
Should Biafrans wake up the next day to say, oh, we want to be the same country with Oduduwa, all well and good. Should Biafrans wake up and say, oh, we want to expand into Amazonia, all well and good. As long as you take the consent of the people with you, this nonsense that the Europeans did in Africa, we want to reverse it. That God Almighty Heaven may look down and be very proud to say that at last, I have people who are after my heart, and that's what we intend to do with Biafra. Thank you very much.
Hashtag we are one family. Indivisible. Under Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag we are one family. Indivisible. Under Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East.
The type of Biafra I want is the Biafra of my ancestors, the land of the free, where people are allowed to pursue their daily endeavors without interference from any higher authority, where individual and collective autonomy of every component, ethnic, nationality within Biafra will be guaranteed, not just by law, but by virtue of our existence as dignified human beings. A Biafra that will be demilitarized, a Biafra that will be forward-looking, innovative, creative, run on clean, green energy, not reliant on gas or petrol. A Biafra where the police will not bear any arms. A Biafra where people can live and die and you will not see an armed soldier anywhere around you. A genuine republic, a land belonging to the people. We are going to cement this in the way we structure our society. A Biafra that will attract inward investments. A Biafra that will consider every necessity of life as being a human right. Not just in words, but in deed. A Biafra where there will be no strife, no rancor. A Biafra where all men and women will be equal, regardless of their religion, their sex, their creed, their orientation. A Biafra that will maintain open borders to every black soul on the face of this very earth. I do admit that geographically, in terms of landmass, we may not be that huge. The Biafra will operate, or should I say, run an open door policy. Every black person on the face of this earth will be an honorary citizen of Biafra, as long as you're not tainted by terrorism. That is the type of Biafra we want to run. A Biafra where Europeans will sit back and say, we never knew that such innovation and creativity will be possible. A Biafra that, should I say, the likes of Rwanda is a forerunner to, because today they are doing very well as well. That is the type of nation we are going to build. A truly democratic nation, not through the force of arms, but through dialogue and negotiations at all times. Nobody's going to lord it over anybody else. My ancestors never did. That is why we remain the only people not to conquer any other piece of territory, and nobody conquered us until the white man came and our temple fell in 1904. That is the land we're going to go back to. A Biafra of very many nations. A Biafra of autonomous nations within, governing themselves according to their own rules, where nobody will sit at the helm of power and dictate for others what to do. And we are going to accomplish it by the grace of God Almighty in heaven. Now, I know that constant references are being made to Southern Sudan. But I want to let people understand that even after the USA became free from British colonial rule, they also went through a very bitter civil war. And that did not stop them today from becoming preeminent in every sphere of human endeavor. militarily, economically, socially, in every way. So I do believe that is why I said, and I've said this repeatedly, I will never ever lead Biafra politically. Once Biafra is restored, my job is done. I want to be able to prove to our people what sacrifice means, so that those who will come after us will know how to treat our people with respect and with dignity. The thing about Africa is somebody gets into power and they want to stay there forever and ever, see if there is something in it. The little work that I'm doing for Biafran people is very tiring, very, very stressful. Sometimes I don't even know how these presidents manage to sleep. Maybe they don't love their people that much. If you love your people, you cannot sleep at night. Any president in Africa who's not suffering from high blood pressure, you are not sick. That means you're doing something wrong. You're not doing what you're supposed to do. If you're concerned about your people, then I expect you to be very ill at all times. So that is the type of Biafra that we need. That's the type of Biafra we're going to have. A type of Biafra where the wealth, well-being of Sub-Saharan Africa flows from. And I can assure you we are going to deliver it. We will deliver it. The Pan-Africanism that we talk about is going to start from Biafra, because mind you, I did not say that we're just going to have Biafra and then we shut up all the borders. No. What we want to do is to return to our organic political cultural arrangement. Should Biafrans wake up the next day to say, oh, we want to be the same country with Oduduwa, all well and good. Should Biafrans wake up and say, oh, we want to expand into Ambazonia, all well and good. As long as you take the consent of the people with you, this nonsense that the Europeans did in Africa, we want to reverse it. That God Almighty heaven may look down and be very proud to say that at last, I have people who are after my heart, and that's what we intend to do with Biafra. Thank you very much.
Hashtag we are one family. Indivisible. Under Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East. Hashtag we are one family. Indivisible. Under Chupu Okike Abiyama, we are the people of the East.
Because what I am saying, Honorable Manyamini, our people are lame. They are weak. I am struggling to count how many men there are in Biafra land. There are no more men left. Weak, docile, and imbecilic. Weak. I don't know how we can take such people to war. I don't know how we can take men who are not men into battle and win. I am ashamed. Very, very ashamed. Nonetheless, we must preach this very gospel because man did not ask us to come. Chukwu Abiyama in heaven mandated that we should come. If not, that I was called to do this very work, I will not speak to any of you anymore. But Chukwu Abiyama said this very gospel must be preached, and we must preach it. I have prayed since yesterday up until now. My request is very simple. The same prayer I made in secret, I will make out here in the open. Chukwu Abiyama Biko, since it is your intention that your kingdom will be restored upon this very earth, I need men. I need men. I did not say boys. I said I need men. Those of them that you created to restore your kingdom, they should come forward now, not tomorrow, not next year. Chukwu Abiyama. You must bring them now. I did not say tomorrow. Because the insult is too much. It is beyond what any human being can endure. We want to go and get Biafra, or we die in the process, because we are better off dead than witness some of this nonsense going on. The level of insult is beyond what any decent human being can tolerate. Nama, they bring their cattle into our land. They desecrate our land. They kill us in the presence of our families and nobody does anything about it. And when the police attend, the police sit idly by as people are being killed by not a multitude of people. Only 4. Only 4 Hausa people can sack an entire village in Biafra land, and we call ourselves men. No, we are not men until we redeem our honor. Until we look at integrity and say we must have a part of it. Until then, to be honest with you. This is Radio Biafra. Now is the time to come forward. I did not say tomorrow. Now, tonight, is the time to come forward. 100 of us, and then we march. 100 and we march. The rest can come later if they want to. I am tired of broadcasting. I want to fight for my country. I want to carry arms to defend the honor and integrity of my country. I want to avenge the death of 6 million people. I want Biafra to stand as a beacon of hope, freedom and liberty in black world. I want Biafra to stand as a testament to the glory of heaven upon the face of this very earth. I want Biafra to stand because my obligation to the dead outweigh that which I owe to the living. That is why Biafra will stand, and Biafra will come. 100 men, that's all. And we march. The rest can come later on. I no longer give a damn. The disgrace and the insult is too much. We must go and meet our enemies even if we have only machete and hoes. It is far more better for us to go and meet them and die with a semblance of dignity than with this very humiliation which we encounter every blessed day. We must assemble as we...
What I'm going to share with you is the ongoing history of how Biafra came about. And it's not something we rush through, because history has been denied in the school, and therefore people grew up not knowing what actually happened. I'm not going to say, everything that I speak to you, I was there. No, nobody can possibly be there. But we are so blessed and so privileged to have the Eastern Nigerian government at the time. They took their time to record what happened to our people. So, what did they do? They went about to establish a tribunal. This tribunal is to allow those who survived the pogrom to come and give eyewitness accounts of what they went through. They were cross-examined. They were under oath in front of the High Court judge, the Chief Justice. The This New Case Commission was targeted at getting at the bottom of the truth of what happened to our people. So it's a worthy read. I wish one day in every Biafran school we will have this commission report called the Massacre of Nnamdi in 1966. Is anybody who can read and can understand must read it, so there'll be no ambiguity as to what happened to our people. Briefly then, the tribunal was set up by the Eastern Region government to ask those who survived the pogrom. Remember that those who died, nobody could give account of them. Those people who actually survived, who extricated themselves out of the north or northern Nigeria, were asked to come and give witness. It took 49 days. There were 253 witnesses. There was an exhibition of 498 exhibits. They went from town to town, from Enugu to Onitsha, to Aba, to Port Harcourt, to Calabar, to Uyo and Ogoja, gathering this information and therefore recording it, not just for you and I to read, but for history and also for posterity. So the issue at the moment in Nigeria is that those who perpetrated this crime don't even want to say they have done it, let alone apologize for it. There are still ongoing killing of our people. If we do not know where this thing started, how are we then going to defend ourselves? So there's a saying that if we don't know where the rain started beating us, we're not going to learn to defend ourselves from the rain. So this is the reason behind knowing the source of the history and the eyewitness accounts, which I'm going to share with you today. Because of the time constraint, I'm going to therefore limit it and structure it in such a way that hopefully most of you will understand it. There are under headings of motives. Why did this happen? The motives for massacre. The next one is the methodology. How did they go about it? And of course, the crime itself, the madness, the murder. It's like a crime scene. What motives they have? How did they go about it? And the actual crime. So motives, method, and the madness, I call it. The third bit is to look at, just pick, because of the time, we can't go through every single witness account. We pick maybe about 2 or 3 towns where this pogrom was visited and the people of Eastern region. Remember at that time, they're not called Biafrans. They thought they were Nigerians. They're in the same country. But where they were is a different part of the same country, but were killed by their neighbors, their co-workers, and so on and so forth. So we're going to look at the towns like Katsina, Kanu, Kanji, and of course Kaduna. So I'm going to begin by saying to you the motives, quite briefly. Okay, so Mazi might be surprised to note that one of the witnesses, his name is Mazi, S-W-A-N Onoha. I'm not sure if they're related.
Maybe, who knows? That's a sweet coincidence.
Yes, so just in case it's related, you have a relative who went to the north in the 60s. It might be part of their witness. Okay, so what I'm going to read to you is what they thought was the motivating factor. What in the crime scene or in a criminal court? I'm sure I'm talking after my league here. You know more about it than I do. The judge will ask you, what are the motives? If you say he didn't, what are his motivations? What motivated him to do such a thing? So we can look at extenuating circumstances, for example. So the motivation, for example, so now what I'm going to tell you about. The motive for the pogrom is something which they have looked into. Okay, and they said that the question is the complete extermination of Easterners from the place in the north. In other words, how did they stop killing people in the north? Well, the answer to that is when there was no more Easterners to be killed. So they have succeeded. So that's one of the motives, to chase away and kill as many of Easterners as they possibly can in the north. Okay? Then, in connection, they had what they call the 7-point program or 7-point agenda of the organizers of the pogrom. Some people went down, they had several meetings, they organized this actual killing of the Easterners. It's exhibit SWAN, that's the initials of Mr. Onoha, SWAN, so it's exhibit SWAN 24, and it reads as follows. Number 1 motive, to kill off the Major General and the Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces. His name is Major General J.T.U. Agi Rensi. They succeeded. Secondly, to kill off all the Yamri army officers. They killed as many as they can. Over 200 of them were killed. The third one is they subsequently purged the army of Yamri by killing the rest of the ranks and fire. What happened? They called a bugle. Everybody came out, and those who were evil were chased out from the line and killed. The officers murdered. Okay? So this all happened on the 29th of July. Then the next reason for motivation was, with the aid of the Westerners, they said, in the army, to take complete control of the armed forces. They take over the complete control of the police force, the navy, and to purge off the Yamiris, as they call the Easterners, in all these forces. So they turned around the Nigerian military, which was multi-ethnic, multilingual, multi-religious, into a mono-ethnic. Well, a bloc from the north, which is supposed to control the army, police, navy, air force, everything. So that is all part of their motivation. So we are feeding in Nigeria today part of this plan, this one's exhibition. This Mr. Onwa has the exhibition of the plan for killing our people. Then the next one is to kill off and dispossess all the Anyamri domicile in the northern region. They succeeded. Then the next one is to use the armed forces to take complete control of the country's government. And that's what they did under Yakubu Gowon. So they took over the complete control, the running machinery of the government, because they killed Agi Rensi, they killed his host, Faji, who's a Yoruba guy in Ibadan, looking up who is his host. They killed both of them, and then they turned onto the soldiers and killed them, and as a result, they made the place ungovernable, in the sense that they controlled the Lagos, they controlled the north, and they had difficulty taking over the east. So the coup of 29 of July 1966 was partially successful. They changed the government, all right, but they have not got complete control of the eastern region. So because Ojukwu was in the eastern region, because the coup did not affect that, it was a partial success. And that is why we had the war. Because Ojukwu said, no, you can't cross this line and kill my people and get away with it. So part of the motivation also was they want a revenge. Okay, you can argue that the Saduna Sokoto, who is, as I said last time, the spiritual leader and also the governor of the northern region then, should not have been killed. The hotheads, the young military, the majors and the captains, led by Nzogwu in the north, Ifajin in the west, they succeeded in killing their spiritual leader, Saduna Sokoto, Hamadu Bello. And then Abubakar Tafawa Balewa, his prime minister, was also killed. So now, part of the motive there for killing all the people living in the north who have Eastern origin was to get rid of these people, and because having killed their own, they want to revenge on Dr. Azikiwe, they want to kill Dr. Abara, they want to kill Ojukwu, they want to kill Major Nzogwu. The interesting thing, killing Ojukwu, although Ojukwu became the governor of the Eastern region, he was actually in the north, helped to stop the coup in the north. The Commonwealth countries met in Lagos, and all the politicians were returning from Lagos to Kanu. Ojukwu welcomed them. So if they think it was an Igbo coup, he would have locked them all up. But he was the one who protected and looked after them. So yet, in their agenda or motive, they want to kill Ojukwu and also Major Nzogwu. Major Nzogwu died during the war, but they gave him a military honor burial. They took his body from Enugu, where he died, around the Nsukka sector, and buried him in Kaduna, as I understand. Okay, so then the next thing is to destroy Port Harcourt, Enugu, University of Nigeria, and Nsukka, which they have succeeded, partly, because the University of Nsukka, even up till now, the chemical department has not been activated, because they're fear that they may produce more chemicals during the war. Then finally, to kill off all the Yamri top civil servants, and all the wealthy Yamri, male and female, all the Yamri educated giants. It's like if you don't have educated giants, you kill other people's educated giants. Anyway, all grown up males and females in Yamri, and then to leave only sucklings and Yamri in their land. And in their radio Kaduna broadcast throughout the war is, yes, let us go and kill all the Yamris, rape their women, take their property, and leave them the just baby suckling. So that was all the motivation. So if you're in the middle of the court and the judge asks, what was their motive? These are the 7-point agenda which they lined up and was made known to us by the witness. He's called his 8th witness, Mr. S.A.W.A.N. Onoha. Okay, so that is a basis for which they operate on. Now, how did they go about the method? The method they went about was excessive madness in a way. They didn't just kill you, they made sure the way they went about it was so bad. And it's, maybe some of us have to make sure you have strong stomach when we read most of the things they did to our people. Okay? How did they do it? First of all, there's a planned killing of our people. Like most genocide, they have those who sit down and plan it. So it was planned, mostly by their undergraduates at Ahmadu Bello University. They also had sometimes the help of the foreigner. British people, especially British lecturers, assisted them in planning this problem. They wanted revenge of the Sadwana. They wanted to make sure nobody on the east rose in the northern part to play any role whatsoever. So the killing was deliberate. It was directed. It was specific, targeting Easterners. Well, I keep calling them Easterners so that you know at that time they were from Eastern region of Nigeria. So they were targeting, directed to them, specific to them. If you find a Yoruba person, you left them out. If you find an Igbo person, you killed them. It was unrelenting. In other words, there are several waves of it. There was one in May. There was one in July. There was one in September. It's why so it was waves after waves after waves. Was it spontaneous? Well, if you throw a pebble inside a pond, it will strain from the point where it landed and ripple outwards. Okay? But this one, it didn't start from one point and then ripple outwards. It was every city started at 7 o'clock on Saturday evening. It was planned. Okay, imagine a whole vast area of northern Nigeria, as big as Western Europe. Every single city, they all came out to start killing the Igbos 7 o'clock on a Saturday in one of the instances. So it was planned on that time at that hour. Then what else? It was coordinated. They even had buses which the native authority had. It's like the people who run northern Nigeria. They're called the native authority. Part of them run the police and so on. So they took the buses from these people, went into the villages, and got people to come out from the villages to come into town to kill the Igbos, or to kill the Yamris, or to kill the Easterners. They also imported, in some instances, people who are believed not to be necessarily Nigerians, but people from Chad and so on, specifically come to join in killing. They use all sorts of weapons. There is an arrow, axes, clubs, stones. They use guns. They use any weapon they can get hold of. They burned people alive. They buried them in wells. They all did all sorts of things. So, and the most important thing that tell you that was not a spontaneous accident that happened, people were just rioting and killing anyhow. They were involved by they used the typed, let me repeat that, typed address of where the Easterners live. They had in their hand typed address of where these people live, so they would not miss their houses. Okay. When they went to Yoruba land, I mentioned before, they have to knock on your door and they mention Toro. And if you say Toro like an Igbo person compared to Yoruba person, they know you are foreign and they killed you. Okay. Don't forget the people's faces were also scarred. You can also identify who is Yamli or who is from eastern region and who isn't by the scar on their faces and so on and so forth. So if you're Yoruba, you normally have your scar, your tribal marking, I call it. And also in the northern, they have their own tribal marking. So you can see somebody, majority but did not have this tribal marking, so you can also identify who they are. Okay, so that is some of the methods which they used. Okay, so it's in actually killing. That's one. The second one I want to point your attention to is that in addition to all this planning, okay, they also had what I call deception. They say to you, if a group of Easterners heard, there's going to be a killing from Friday onwards, so they start packing their bags. So the next thing you come on the radio and say, oh no, you heard a rumor that there was going to be killing. Actually, there isn't. Don't worry about it. We will protect. No, we will protect you. Honestly, we will. Don't worry about it. It's all false. So they stayed behind. And of course, it was a false rumor. It was not a false rumor. It was a genuine rumor. But they allowed them to stay to be killed. Okay, so I don't know if I explained that properly. You hear that there's going to be killing. Instead of allowing them to act on that rumor, they decided that no. Let me reassure you that it's going to be okay. Don't worry about it on the radio. So this guy stayed and they got killed. Then the next trick they used, which is another methodology, which is very, very clever. It's like they even go. There's one which acted well in Kanu, which we'll talk about Kanu shortly. They said that we hear that people are trying to go back to the east by train on the 1st of October, and there'll be a train leaving Kanu. So please make sure you pack your bags, and that we encourage you to board the train and that. Of course, on that day, there'll be lots and lots of people from the eastern region who pack their belongings and everything and go to the station. And when they get there, there'll be no train. And then instead, the military will arrive with a gang of people and they got clobbered to death and killed. So there's so many tricks they use to lure our people into positions of helplessness. And the other thing they did was to cause them to be disarmed. Now, normally you have your double-barrel gun, you have a knife, you have something to even defend yourself. They went around making sure all these people they're going to kill were disarmed beforehand. So they were defenseless. And then the military went around with the crowd and killed as many of them as possible. So that is part of the revolting aspect of how they went about killing our people. And it's really is something worth bearing in mind. There's so many other ways of describing what they did to us. For example, let me just find you what happened. So on one of the days, instance, many people were killed, and the NA, which is the Northern Authority policemen, used their big lorries to carry the corpses to the grave. Okay, they hide the body. The dead body were buried in groups of 20, in groups of 50, in groups of 60. Okay, and then large graves were dug by the caterpillars that belong to these Northern Authority people. The burial was conducted by the armed soldiers. The soldiers were standing by with their arms. So they said it was because this guy who was able to see all this was wearing the Hausa dress, okay, one of the witnesses, and he spoke fluent Hausa. So they will not tell that it's Igbo person watching them. So another bad thing was a Benin lady who was killed, and many sharp pieces of broken bottles packed into her private part. And they left her naked inside a hotel. Okay? Another one is Pauline, Mrs. Pauline, who was killed in the same day, Enugu Road, an international hotel. And the Ibibio man who was burnt alive inside his car at the airport road. He was a meteorological officer. Then they saw a Hausa man who conducted sexual intercourse on a young girl, an Igbo girl, and Kanu, and this girl vomited until she died. It was gang rape. There's so many things they did to us. So the attacks on schools and churches provided yet another instances of callosities and, of course, of the assailants. So they desecrated the church. The people professing to know and worship God, the very difficult way of explaining it, doing God honor. That's the attack on armed civilians by the army, by police, and supposed to give them protection. That's the worst thing. The police and the army, you're supposed to run to them for protection, but in fact, it was the same people who joined in and was behind and watched you be killed. So that's part and parcel why they can never be trusted. So I'll talk to you briefly about the motives of the massacre, the method where they went about it. They're Aussie, of course. They put a rod behind your back, they tie your hand behind a long rod, and there they gouge out your eye, took out your private parts, and all sorts of things. There are so many methods. I don't want to make it even worse, but I just want to now concentrate on the madness. I'm going to use Katina. I know time is spent, or time is pressing, so let me know how I'm doing with time. We need to tell this story properly.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead. I think we have about half an hour. Yes, more or less.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm not going to describe what happened in individual towns. I'm going to take Katsina, which is the hometown of Buhari, of course. Katsina in 1966, May. So the Katsina, of course, is the capital of the Katsina Emirate. The Emir of Katsina is the father of the military governor of the northern Nigeria at that time, called Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Katsina. There are 4 principal witnesses that gave evidence of the disturbances made riot in Katsina. Okay, so we're going to now hear from those who were in Katsina in May when the riot started. Their names are Enoch Enoch Ejikeme. He is the 26th witness. Then there's a Vincent Modebel, and he's the 27th witness. Then there's a James Aka, who is 138th witness, and Mrs. Cecilia Mabel Anebuna. So there are names which are entered into this tribunal, which can be cross-referenced and checked out. The 26th witness, Enoch Ejikeme, right? He lived in Katsina, he said, for 15 years, from 1951 to June 1966, when he was compelled by the disturbances to flee the north. He owned a story building near the Emir's palace. This is what he has to say. I am a native of Ojoto. Katsina is perhaps the area worst affected by the disturbances, even though there was a deliberate attempt to play down the seriousness of the situation there, both during and after the disturbances. I am willing to appear before the tribunal to give evidence about what I saw during the disturbance. So what I'm saying to you is that there are people who survived it, who are willing to testify under oath and cross-examine as to what they saw. So the event we're reading that has been stored for posterity is genuine and can be taken as a factual evidence. Now, it was around, this is his account, he said around 2 a.m., listen to this, 2 a.m. to 4 a.m., this early hours, but it's ungodly hours, I call it. In the early morning of 29th of May 1966, a large number of houses started collecting in the Emir's palace. Remember, these people lived in the Sabongari, outside the palace, outside the wall city. So those who are allowed to enter the Emir's palace have to be vetted. They're all houses. Okay, they went in. Now, round about 6 a.m. in the morning, they then burst out from the palace, carrying sticks, machetes, daggers, axes, etc., and all other dangerous weapons. They spread themselves all over the town. They were looting, burning houses and shops. Some of the NA, Northern Authority Police, took active part. Let me repeat that. Some of the NA police took active part, while others made no attempt to bring the situation under control. So you're supposed to be law and order. Instead of stopping the mob, going around looting, killing, you actually take part and joining them and did nothing. So the attack was directed against people of southern Nigerian origin, with the exclusion of Yorubas. So Yorubas also from the south, but they were not touched. Only the Igbos were targeted, or people of eastern origin. Then one Mr. Joseph of Uji, was stabbed to death that very morning. While the attack continued, the Emir of Katsina, if you are the Emir, you are the boss of the whole area. Whatever people say you do, they do. Whatever you say, rather, they will do. They're under your control. So the Emir of Katsina, Alhaji Usman Nagogo, the former northern minister, so then there's a number, so Alhaji, let me repeat his name again, the Emir of Katsina was Alhaji Usman Nagogo. And then there's a former northern minister who was an MP, Alhaji Issa Kaita. Then there's an Alhaji Musa Tafida Yaradua. Then there's a former Ministry of Lagos Affairs and Magaji Gari, the Emir's son, were parading the town up and down, cheering the looters on. So these are the responsible members of that very town. Instead of them bringing law and order, they're actually encouraging the mob to go on the rampage. My two big shops, this is the witness, my two big shops, this is AGK, my two big shops and stores were all looted, as well as my residence. Not a pin was left for me. They even swept the rooms. They swept the shop. They swept the stores with brooms. Can you imagine? The telephone number 152 Katsina is one of the shops was removed, so he can't phone. So they moved in gangs, and each numbered about 300 to 400 people. Towards evening, every southerner resident in Katsina, repeat that, towards evening, every southerner resident in Katsina had been rendered homeless, hopeless, and penniless. We were therefore evacuated by Northern Authority Police to a place 2 miles from the town. So they rounded them up, took them to a place 2 miles away from the town. We numbered over 2,000, including women and children. We were not allowed to move out from the compound, which had but one gate. We suffered from both hunger and fear. On Monday, 30th May 1966, the military governor of the northern group of provinces summoned the meeting of emirs and chiefs to state their grievances, because there's rioting now. So the military governor, Katsina, asked the emirs and all the chiefs to come for a meeting. So on the 31st of May 1966, the emir of Katsina left for Kaduna. That's where the meeting is being held. Kaduna is the capital then of the northern region. So they went to Kaduna to attend the meeting. And it was alleged that the emir, on leaving for Kaduna, ordered his men not to tamper with our life yet, pending his return and the result of their meeting. So it's give strict order. This will be rounded up. This thousand or so people be rounded up. Don't touch them until I return. On Wednesday, 1st of June, 1966, the Nigerian army arrived at the scene, and we were released forthwith. The Nigerian army then entered and released them. So on the following Thursday and Friday, 2nd and 3rd, respectively, some of us fled to Kanu. They escaped. Now, on that very Friday, 3/6/66 afternoon, the emir returned from Kaduna. And on Saturday, 4/6/66, no southerner was allowed to leave the town. He put another order and don't allow them to escape. Those who managed to escape were pursued and many of them slaughtered in the way. Now, the violence was therefore renewed and the worst inhuman acts were performed on the Saturday, 4/6/66. Now, the emir again took the lead together with his team comprising Alhaji Issa Kaita, former minister, Northern Nigeria Education Minister. Then they have Alhaji Musa Tafida Yarudua, who was former Federal Minister in Lagos Affairs. Then Magajin Gary, who is Lieutenant Colonel Katsina's twin brother, who is the emir's son. All these people joined in chasing and killing. Then the climax was reached when Southerners, seeing what has happened, ran and took refuge. Those who were behind, they ran into the police charge office. They ran into the police station. These people were locked inside the office, which were then packed full with refugees. They were set on fire. They ran to police and they were burnt inside the police. Okay? Burnt to ashes together with all the refugees therein. This Saturday episode affected many government employees who could not leave the town without the consent of the employer, as well as the independent business people who were tied down by their business links or the otherwise. None was left alive, except a few of us whom God hid away out of their sight, who live now to tell the story. Another devilish plan worthy of note was that as soon as the Saturday massacre started, the Katsina Provincial Secretary, instead of telephoning to Kanu to bring the armies close to rid of this scar, instead of telephoning Kaduna, instead of telephoning Kanu to bring the armies, he chose to ride on his car to Kanu, a distance of 108 miles away, in order to bring the army to himself. So now, why is he doing that? He can just pick up a phone and call them, and they come. But he chose to drive 108 miles. So the trick lies in that fact that before he could return to Katsina from Kanu with the armed forces, the operation had been completed and many lives were lost. So all this tomfooleries. Now, the fact that a large and unknown number of people were burnt alive in police charge office made it highly impossible for anyone to give an accurate figure of the deaths. Also, many were killed and hidden away, and many thrown into wells and pits. So then, the gruesome incidents of the burning of Nigerian building at Katsina was confirmed by Miss Mabel Anabunwa, who's the 235th witness, whose husband, Mr. D.G. Anabuna, was one of the victims. She watched him die. Her evidence described as follows. This is Miss Alamda. My name is Cecilia Mabel Anabuna. I joined my husband Katina on the 4th of August 1962 and returned to the East on the 18th of June 1966. After my husband was murdered on 4/6/66, I have 2 children. My husband had 3 children from the first wife who died earlier. I now I'm now caring for those 3 children and my own 2. My husband was a first-class clerk in the Ministry of Agriculture, Katsina, and also a special constable. On the 4th of June 1966, he returned suddenly to inform me that the incident of looting, which occurred on the 29th of May, was being repeated. I immediately backed my baby, and together we escaped to the nearest police station. While we were pursuing by the armed village, we ran into the police station. We were admitted inside by the police station. Thereupon, the mob attacked the shuttle with knife and axes. The police warned them not to attack the station, but Malam Magadin Gary, who was Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Katsina's twin brother, retorted, warning the police not to disturb the civilians who were carrying out the order of the emir. So basically, the police were warning the rioters. This police officer, who is the brother of the governor of the northern Nigeria and the son of the emir, was telling the police people, don't disturb the civilians who are rioting, because they're carrying out the order of the emir. So the emir, the person in charge of the Katsina, was actually heading the riot. So the rioters were thenceforth unfettered. No one can disturb them because they've been told that the emir is in charge. So they broke inside through the doors and windows and, of course, started to kill people indiscriminately. And one of the victims was my husband, Mr. D.G. Onlewu. So now, many other women and I went to appeal to Magagi Gary, Hassan's twin brother, but he said they could not disobey the emir. About 18 men were victims. Their corpses were burned, followed by the burning of the police station and the government staff quarters. In the evening, the women were conveyed in police truck to the Northern Authority police station, where we stayed for some days. Later, we were taken to an unfinished hotel building, where the Red Cross supplied us food and some baby clothing. I left Katsina to Kanu on the 9th of June 1966 to meet my husband's brother. On the 14th of June, I left for the East. One Reverend Father X was very kind to victims. He helped many wounded people to the hospital until he was seriously warned by one Mr. McNamara, who's a British, that if he continued, he, Father X, would be attacked for transparently taking sides with Easterners. It was in this Mr. McNamara's house that several night meetings were held. Mr. McNamara was soul and body in the planning of the pogrom. So I'm just going to leave it there. What happened then? This lady was cross-examined. It's not enough to just tell us this is what you saw. So they said the witness was then questioned closely, and one of the questions, this is what she has to say. You actually saw Magari Gari with your own eye in the police station? And that was the question. They say, yes, I saw him. My husband was working with him. This Magari was NA, Native Authority police officer. So my husband was working with him. He used to come to our house frequently in connection with his work. So that when this thing happened, I went with other women, appealed to the man, and begged him to stop the rioting. He said that he would not do so, and that I was in order, it was an order from the emir, and emir is his father. So from Katsina, the disturbance spread to other towns in Katsina Emirate, like Fontua, Malumfashi, Siga, etc. So in these towns, the story of the direct involvement of the emir in the disturbances is told again and again by other witnesses. The death toll in Katsina Emirate will be seen later on. So what I've just described to you is one of the caves, one of the towns, and what happened. Where you have people supposed to run into police for protection, they got burnt inside there. Where sometimes the police actually join in rioting, looting, and killing, sweeping not just your stores of every single thing, including the paint. They brush, they sweep it so you have nothing left, because they will destroy you economically. If you're lucky, you get out alive, and then nothing to go on. So that is one of the madness that I described in just one town. Wait till you hear about Kanu. Wait till you hear about Kaduna. Okay, so I just finished talking about Katsina. I'm happy to continue. Okay, so I talked about Katsina. I'm going to talk about quickly about Kaduna. Okay, Kaduna. And that may help us to wrap up for today. We're talking about Katsina. We're now going to talk about what happened in Kaduna. Kaduna, as you know, was the capital of the northern region at the time. Okay? So it's pertinent to understand that this just didn't happen in Katsina. It also happened in major cities in the north. Okay, so I'm going to now talk about Kaduna. Right. Kaduna has no emir, okay, at this stage, because it's the seat of the government in the northern Nigeria. It has no emir or district head. It is the capital of northern Nigeria and the seat of northern Nigeria regional government. The military governor lives there. That's the mentioned his name earlier, Lieutenant Colonel Hassan Katsina. Okay. The head of all the departments of the government have their offices in Kaduna. The police headquarters is in Kaduna. One would have thought that all places, Kaduna would be the last place one would expect to see innocent civilians exposed to mob attack. So in other words, it's like the capital is like London. Okay, you'll expect the police to be well equipped to prevent riots and killing of innocent people. So Kaduna was the capital in the north. Now the evidence showed that Kaduna was just as affected as any other important towns in the Hausa-speaking areas. Now, in fact, it was the top civil servant that led the attack. So here's what witness 52 have to say. His name is Daniel Godreau Pinswa. After the Daniel coup, the head of my department, Mr. N.B. Kirby, Territorial Control of North, called me up to take care of the personnel in the exchange and some other P&T installations in Kaduna. A few hours later, out of sheer curiosity, I went to the Sadrana's house in Kaduna to check up on the news we have heard. I found water and blood dripping from the upstairs and quite a number of northerners were in the premises as well as within the building. I was amazed to find that all the northerners were showing no signs of grief. In fact, some of them were in Sadrana's sitting room at that time, were having fun by parodying the official procedure, the protocol and pomp they had observed during the Sadrana's lifetime. For example, someone would pose as the Sadrana secretary, would say, rank again, and genuflect, then there would be riotous laughter. Others mimic the way they laugh, and so on and so forth. So some Hausa friends told me that the coup was a godsend, but that it was only fault was that nobody was killed in the east. Okay, so this is the impression the Houses had when the Sadrana secretary was killed. There was widespread celebration in the whole Nigeria until they turned it into an evil coup and started killing all the evils. But then came Decree 34. Decree 34 was trying to unify Nigeria into one country in the sense that the North and East and West have always been separate. They governed. They had their own government. They had their own embassies, even in London and Washington. Every region had their own embassies. So the army came and wanted to unify everything. So, for the unification of the public services, after its publication, northern civil servants felt very insecure. They had issues with, there are more people in the South who are more trained, more educated than we are, and so on. So if you unified the civil servants, we're going to be edged out of our jobs. So they felt insecure and openly complained about it. So it was understood that permanent secretaries and other top government officials of northern origin, they masterminded this demonstration. Then on the 29th of May, which is a Sunday, it's called Black Sunday, we heard rumors of violence in the town. We were already in the church at the Faith Tabernacle Kaduna for evening service when we noticed that the whole environment, the church and the street outside, was filled with housing. At the end of the service, we could not go out. So now, witness Julius Abisi. I was transferred from Lagos to Kaduna, and I arrived in Kaduna February 1st, 1958, when that day I had been living Kaduna until I returned by air on the 5th of October because of the unfortunate incident in the north. After the January coup, and relations existed between Easterners and Northerners took a different shape till May, when everything deteriorated. So now he's saying, May 28, Northerners asked for permission from the police to demonstrate against the military regime. They wanted this demonstration to take effect on the 20th of May, but having been refused the permission, they staged the demonstration with violence on the 29th. They used this demonstration as an instrument to kill, loot, destroy the property of Easterners residing in the Kaduna. They continued this operation extermination for full 3 days before the army intervened. Now then, on the 29th of May, the same thing happened. A group of HAUSA top civil servants held a meeting at Ahmad Bello Stadium. This meeting started at 1 p.m. on Saturday and lasted till 4 p.m. It was from that meeting they spread to the town, attacking every Easterner they met. Looting, arson, and killing of the law-abiding Easterners featured predominantly. After the attack, they started going from house to house, hunting for Easterners to kill. As I understand, and speaking Hausa fluently, I had the opportunity to mix freely with every Northerner. What they were saying was nothing like peace will remain in the map of Nigeria. Now, from this time onwards, peace and tranquility eluded Kaduna. Easterners started running from one corner of the bush to the other, search for safety. The situation remained like this until the 29th of September. Now, on the 29th of September, I witnessed the heaviest killings. The corpses were being transported from town to the hospital. The extent of the killings was so great that the ambulance could not cope with the evacuation of corpses, so that they had to employ PWD and P&T tippers to help in clearing the corpses. The most sorrowful sight I've ever seen was that young men were sitting on top of the corpses, dancing and singing merrily as they drove around the town. Earlier, on the 24th of September, my chief warden, Mr. Robinson Okoye, was killed in his room. And this was done not by the army, not by the police, but the Hausa warden under him. These Hausa members of our staff organized themselves to attack we fellow Eastern wardens. They said we must have all of you wiped out. They even said this in public. Personally, these were vandals chased me in broad daylight. I only managed to escape because I was riding while they were attacking. After riding up a mile and a half from them, I dodged and entered the bush. The molestation directed to us by Hausa members of staff had the support of the senior men, because each time we went to them to lodge a complaint, they would merely say, "Go away." Our only savior was the instruction from Lagos that all of us should come en masse transfer to the east. We eventually arrived in the east by air on the 5th of October without any of the belongings. So I'm going to pause there, because what I just tried to read are areas so far as Katsina and Kaduna where you expect to be some protection with reasonable human beings. The emir should keep order, but he was chasing around and making sure people were being killed. And in one of the instances, he was driving around in his car and hooting his car horn and saying, leave the properties, kill them. After killing them, then the properties will be yours. So people were looting and killing at the same time. So he advised them to just kill the people first, and then they collected their properties. So he's supposed to be in a prison of authority to advise him to bring peace and order, but he didn't. The police joined in. They were burnt in the police There's so many things that happened to our people. And the plan was to empty the north from Easterners. And about, as I said before, 1.8 to 2 million people returned to the eastern region as a result of this insecurity in the rest of Nigeria. And as a result of that insecurity, the Biafrans decided to form their own country as a way of guaranteeing their safety.
All over the world is ready too. Doctor, let's do this.
Greetings. From part 4, because the last part we were talking about the killing fields. We mentioned Katsina, we mentioned Kaduna. Today we're going to briefly mention Kanji Dam and Kanu. The reason I'm talking about the killings in the north, because it was the actual killings that triggered the declaration of Biafra, because there was no trust for anywhere in Nigeria where the people of Eastern origin could safely call their own without being killed. And if we fail to understand that history, then it's difficult to understand why Biafra was declared. The people will have a different narrative and blame us for being killed. So let me go straight into it. So the reason why I'm going on about it is because it was documented. It's not hearsay. It's not what my relative told me. This was a government-led instruction to be written down in front of a high court judge, Justice Onyeuk's tribunal. They recorded the survivors' tale of what happened to them. It took them 49 days. They had evidence from 253 survivors. They exhibited 498 exhibits. They traveled from Enugu, Onitsha, Aba, Port Harcourt, Calabar, Oyo, Ugoja, gathering evidence and detailing and recording them. So no one would turn around and say, this thing didn't happen. This was before we went into Biafran War. So, without further ado, and I urge you all to read it. It's called The Massacre of Ndibo, 1966. So one day it is my hope that every school child, at least in the Biafran setting, will have read it, understood it. So there'll be no more lies about what happened to us. Let me talk about the 4 Ks. I mentioned Kaduna, Katsina. Today's turn is Kanji Dam. Now, where's Kanji Dam? Kanji Dam is around Ilorin, where the Italian firm called Impreglio, SPA, was building a dam for Nigeria to generate electricity. We're still waiting for the electricity in Nigeria. Anyway, so that was back in the 60s. They employed about 6,000 Easterners at this Kanji Dam construction. This was one of the sites of the worst slaughters for people of Eastern origin. This is what happened. It was a combined operation between the police and the civilians. The most important witness was somebody called Clement Obiefuna, who recorded what happened to the situation. So it's not a hearsay, an eyewitness. On the 29th and 30th of September, there was mass killing, which has continued to the worst of them to be in Kanji Dam police station, in front of police station. And this is what happened. A police van was fitted with a loudspeaker. It went round the town, informing any Easterner who wishes to go back to the east to assemble at the police station in order that the necessary arrangement could be made for them to be evacuated. This piece of news, of course, spread, was received with joy for all those of us, according to him, this witness, who wanted to escape. They thought this gesture was, in fact, made in good faith. It was otherwise, as their subsequent experience was to show, was the opposite. So when the remaining Easterners they haven't killed have heard about there will be a possibility of them being evacuated, so they assembled at the police station with all their loads and they sat down waiting for further instructions for their repatriation. Little did they know that they had come to face their death. So it was, in fact, an appointment with death, according to him, for the next moment. What happened then? A group of unruly Hausas, that's general term for those in the north, appeared once more with their death weapons, chanting war songs, grinning at us, and positioned themselves strategically around the building. After a time, the policemen arrived in great numbers, and they asked us whether we were now ready to go back to the region, to our region. Of course, we joyfully answered yes. Then one of the Hausa civilians stepped out, mockingly asked us if there was anything we could do if he began to shoot at us. Now, before he had time to answer this question, he had already let go of his gun in our midst. So therefore, a frantic scramble to escape ensued. The police participated in the killing of many of us. During this shooting, I lost a relative, Mr. Ralph Nwa BC, who was aged 26, a motor driver with Impreglio FEA Kanji. The looting of our property started simultaneously with the killing. From a corner where I was, I could see the police helping the civilians to make away with our property. All my properties were carried. So it's not enough to state all this. This person now had to be cross-examined in front of a judge. And the question is, this massacre at the police station, Ganji Dam, what date would that be? He said on the night of the 29th September. Remember, back in Lagos, they were having a meeting after the July killings to have a discussion on how to move Nigeria forward. There was a meeting going on, and then the killing broke out again in September. Okay, so this was the background. Now, around that time, the thing then in the court was, at what time? He said around 9 o'clock and 10 p.m. when the whole thing started and continued. The next question is, would it be correct to say that Easterners were tricked into assembling at the Kanji Dam police station to enable them to massacre you? The answer was yes. And then he was asked again, and the trick was practiced by, he said, well, it was performed by police. The question, you, law-abiding citizen, trusted the police as your protectors? The answer is yes. Would it be correct to say that were it not for practice on you by the police, perhaps these vandals might not have had the opportunity to slaughter you as they did? They say they might not have had the opportunity to slaughter Easterners en masse. That's true. Now, immediately before the attack on the 29th, how many Easterners will you estimate gathered at the police station? Or you said very many. Give me an idea. Said about 2,000. Now, during the lengthy cross-examination that followed, the witness gave further details of the police civilian formation and preparation for the attack. Let me cut this story long, which is a bit long, short. Basically, these people brought in new, fresh police officers from a different region in Nigeria to surround the police station and remove the ones they were familiar with, and they were used in addition with mob to kill the people. They went around asking, assemble at the police station if they want to get back to the eastern region. So that's one of the repulsive bits of the killing of the eastern. They were lured into the traps, okay? And so it's not the first time they've done that trick. In Kanu, which we're going to look at shortly, they use the same trick because they say, oh, the train will be leaving such and such a date, so you all gather, and the act made it easier for them to slaughter many more, okay? So that's the trick was being used, and the tribunal uncovered this. So the next, I'm going to move now to Kanu at the time. Kanu, as you know, is it's a very, very busy ancient city in the north. It has a national airport. Okay? So This one was witness called Okpawa, your pardon, P.I. Okpawa, is witness number 125. So what happened to him? He said, I was shot from the back. They raised the occiput, which is the back of your head, back of your skull. And he fell down and lost consciousness for a time. Had that bullet gone a little deeper, his brain would have been, of course, blown out, and he would have died on the spot. On the other hand, had the wound been a shade slight or less, then he would have lived, and he would not have lost consciousness, and of course the army would have come and shot him like other people. So this is the part of the story which he told us that happened to him in Kanu. He said, one soldier ordered us outside and asked me, this was in the actual airport when they appeared. The other story was that all the big wigs, they came with their white agbada, all the politicians, Manda's clip of the bit of the film they're allowed to show. There was an attack inside an airport terminal, an international airport. The police arrived, the army arrived, and they said, where are the young? And they started shooting, hitting people. So this is a scene from that. Okay, the plane had just arrived from London, parked in Kanu. People are just coming out, disembarking at Kanu. If you're from the eastern region, they lined you up and shot you. They're from abroad. So this is a report of what happened in Kanu. And the people doing the killing are Nigeria's best. In other words, they went to Congo to represent Nigeria, the United Nations force. We have to keep peace in Kanu, in Congo. So they are the police, they are the actual elite of the Nigerian army, if you like, in Kanu. It was actually commanded by Chukwemeka Dumegwu. Yeah, it's a battalion. So where he was, of course, at this stage in the eastern region as a governor, eastern region. So what was left of the Nigerian army in Kanu joined the troops, joined the civilians in massacring ordinary civilians. They burst into the airport, and this is what happened. So one soldier ordered us out and asked me where I was from. When I told him I was from Midwesterner, he told me that I was lying because he knew where I came from. What I heard was a bad turn, quick march. I heard a shot behind me, and I fell down and passed out. How long I was there before I came round, I could not tell. But when I became conscious, a heap of dead bodies, men, were on top of me. Some still breathing, the others stone dead. It took me some time to extricate myself from the dead bodies heaped upon me. I crept over other dead bodies, and I tried to hide because soldiers were still shooting people down in the hiding places in the airport. Presently, I found myself in a big kitchen, and the whole length of the breadth of that was littered with dead bodies. 2 HAUSA stewards in the kitchen refused me entry until I paid them £5. And within seconds of my entry, about 5 armed northern soldiers entered the kitchen, shouting, "Are there any more Opera brothers left to be shot?" Opera, of course, was Dr. Michael Opera, who was the premier of the Eastern region. He wasn't killed in the first coup of January 66. He was the governor of the Eastern region, and at this stage, the Northerners hate him because he did not agree with the census when they did the census, I believe in 63 or so. And he said it was inflated and it cannot hold. So they hated him as a result of it. And everybody from the East, they were suspecting them because they wanted the Northerners to give the impression that they have more population than everybody else. But that's a different story. So they hate the Opera brothers. If you're an Opera brother, it means you're from the Eastern region. So they will go around literally hunting them down and shooting them. So he said, "Are there any Opera brothers left to be shot?" Okay? I was again saved because I lay among the dead and pretended to be dead also. So when I could no longer hold out, I got up and walked to the table where one of the stewards was sitting. I shouted, please take me to the soldiers. At this stage, I was getting fed up. So he said, I can no longer stand this strain. Now, somebody emerged from under the big table on hearing me. It was Mr. Lekiti. Mr. Lekiti is a Ghanaian who apparently was hiding from the savage soldiers. He decided to give ourselves up to the soldiers. He was my uncle, and I was his nephew. That was the plan. This strategy worked wonderfully. And when the soldiers heard of us, they shouted in unison, why were you hiding? He said, we don't want to be killed. We don't want to kill Ghanaians. So why are you hiding? They are our friends. Yorubas, Effiks, all are our friends. We are after Opara's brothers. So they're specific. If you're wondering about the definition of genocide, you would normally target a specific ethnic group. So this is an example of it, soldiers themselves declaring that they're after Opara's brothers. Now, we are going to finish them off, he said. They took us upstairs where we saw more dead bodies, some of whom I recognized. Now, Mr. Lekiti and myself gave the soldiers £10 for drink. They drank until 6:30 a.m. the following morning. This happened at night, which was the 2nd of October. The reason why they trapped so many people was the 1st of October, which is an Independence Day, which is a celebration, like a holiday. So people are returning and traveling. So the airport was full of those who are arriving, those who are departing. So they pounced on all the people of the Eastern origin or Opara brothers. Now, these soldiers had some harsh things to say about Opara and Igbos. Opara was their arch enemy, who must be destroyed. Why did they kill our leaders while Opara, Zik, Osadebe were left out? If I wonder who Osadebe is, Osadebe was the one who was the governor of the Midwest, and his name suggests is Igbo. Zik, of course, Azikiwe, who was the president, was like a queen equivalent of the First Republic of Nigeria at the time. He wasn't in charge, but he was the first, he was like the queen, the governor general equivalent. So you have Opara, who is Igbo, Zik, who is Igbo, and Osadebe, who is Igbo. They were left out of the January 15 coup. And this was really irking them and really annoying them so much that they want to kill everybody who is from Igbo. Okay, so Mbadive, they said, was the only Igbo man who would be spared on this march to Eastern region. So we're already planning to march to Eastern region. Okay, so this killing was happening in September, end of September, first week of October, 1966. They are planning to march to Eastern region because he was a good man. They're saying Mbadiwe is one who had the opportunity to make Enugu an international airport. Instead, he messed up and moved it to the north, as usual. Now, all other Igbos must be destroyed. Of course, that's the impression they give. If you're good to them, then they try and spare you for the time being until they get to you in the end. Now, at 7 a.m. that same Sunday morning, they asked Mr. Lekiti and myself to get ready because we are going to show you how we have dealt with Opera brothers and sisters. So the soldiers took Mr. Okwawa, who was pretending to be the nephew of Mr. Lekiti, who's a Ghanaian. They took us to the railway station in an armed Land Rover, an army Land Rover. And there we saw a sight which I would never live to see again to my dying day. Over 600 men, women, and children have been mowed down. They have been killed while they were waiting for a train to take them to our region. A few of the children were still creeping over their dead mothers, shouting, "Mama, I am hungry. I want to drink." Some were sucking at their dead mother's breasts and left them to suck on. It should be borne in mind that 3 days earlier, this is the annoying bit, 3 days earlier, before this unprecedented massacre, it was announced over the Radio Kaduna, so-called Radio Fusion Kaduna network, that a passenger train would be leaving Kanu for Eastern region on the 2nd of October, and that all those wishing to travel should report on 1st of October at the railway station. Of course, over 700 Igbos packed to the railway station. The announcement was made by, guess who? A Mr. T. George. Mr. T. George is a senior train officer who incidentally is a native of Idoma. He was educated at Methodist College in Uzakoli. So he was a member of the Nasarawa Club and attended all the meetings where they made the decision to kill all the Igbos in the north. Now, when all the Igbos had entered the railway station, he ordered that the gates should be locked, so they couldn't get out. They drove us to the local running shed. So I just showed the background. We tell you what happened at the Kanji Dam. The police went to the siren. Everybody who wants to go, come to the police station. Here, they made on the radio, Kaduna, very popular, by somebody who they are familiar, hearing their voice, someone from Idoma, who was at the Uzakoli, which is in the east, where he schooled. So his voice is familiar, in order to lure all those Easterners who want to travel back to the east. 700 of them descended. They went to pack their things and go on the bank holiday, which was on the 1st of October, and they were mown down. Okay? So, these people say, I want to stop there for now, because that's the experience that was going on in Kanu. So this guy, of course, eventually managed to escape and got home, and this bullet was fished out from his skull, and they lived to tell the tale. So that I'm just sharing this with you also, that you know the background to what happened to your people, to our people in the northern part of Nigeria. So I'm giving you the killing fields of K, Kaduna, K, Katsina, K, Kanji Dam, and K in Kanu. There are so many other towns with similar stories, just killing after killing after killing. So the only killing, the story goes that this killing stopped when? Anyone know? When there was no more Igbos or Nyamaris left in the north to kill. So as a result, there were an exodus, right? You weren't going to be told to hang around in the north. The only thing that's everyone from the east, the only thing in their mind is how do we get home? They abandoned everything. They started walking. Some jumped into a plane that was going somewhere. Some jumped into a train. And when they got to Otubo or near the border of Enugu, as about to cross the River Benue, the train would stop. The mob would jump in, kill as many as they can, put the bodies back in, so that when they arrive at Enugu, they're injured, maimed, half dead, and so on, to frighten the Easterners. Okay? So that was the killing that was going on. I'll now quickly speed up and take you to the scenario then of what happened when the Igbos or the Nyamalis left the north. Yeah, it would be interesting to know where the houses, the Sabungaris, what actually took place. What happened then? Now you got rid of all the people of Eastern region. So, as evidence, I present before you a report from New York Times. Somebody called Lloyd Garrison, who went back to the Sabungari in the Kanu. Yeah. He went there on the 7th of December to report what was the state of affairs after the Igbos have left Sabungari. Yeah, it's good to look at it now from the other side. He said, after the massacre of over 2,000 Igbos in Kanu in September 29, 1966, and the massive exodus of Igbos that immediately followed, New York Times correspondent Lloyd Garrison visited a deserted and desolate Sabungari Kanu, where the eastern Igbo quarters, and filed this report. Okay, so you understand the background. The killing has now stopped because no more Nyamaris to kill. Okay, now somebody needs to go there and find out what has happened. Okay, so he says outside the old city walls in Sabungari, or strangers' quarters, that's what it actually means, Sabungari, where the quarters in the north, you're not allowed to live inside their walled city because you're a foreigner, you're a stranger. So you left outside. So outside the walled cities, the houses were now empty, and the streets were deserted today, except for a stray dog resting in the shade of a tree. The only sound was the creaking of the house doors as they swung gently back and forth in the light breeze. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew several doors shut, and the dog, as if startled by a rifle shot, crouched. The sound left the dog trembling with fear, even now, more than 2 months after the massacre of Igbos in the heart of the northern Nigeria Muslim North. There's little else to remind one of what happened here, except the sight of the occasional litter, the torn Bible on the floor of the Baptist church, and the OK Jazz stationery store. Otherwise, the shops and houses have been stripped of their furnishings, as if no one ever lived there. 30,000 Igbos once filled these dwellings, 30,000. But now, the Sabongari has become quite simply a ghost town. The bloodbath began on the 9th of September 29th, when northern troops opened fire on the Igbo refugees standing by at the airport. By dawn, northern soldiers with automatic weapons and civilians with machetes had swept through the city, burning, looting, and killing. As if by signal, most foreign observers here are convinced that the pogrom was planned. I told you before that it was not only planned, they didn't just have automatic weapons, rifles, bows and arrows, bricks, anything they can use to kill people. They also have typed addresses of where the Nnamdi is supposed to live. So it's not something you say is a riot, it just happened, it was planned. And then, the slaying spread to other Igbo communities in Nigeria, vast northern interests. So that's part of the report. Now, carry on with the report in the New York Times. No one knows how many were killed, and that's the fact. It's difficult to estimate the true number that died. The report, the tribunal were mentioning, and those who escaped with their lives were able to tell the story. There are worse, gruesome stories which cannot be told because the people who it was acted upon have died. So they're not telling you the full story because you can't. It's just impossible. The extent of the calamity that befell our people. But the official census of the Northern Military Nigerian Lagos had approved. You see, you have to approve. They say, well, we're going to agree that 7,000 died. If 7,000 died, you have to times it by 100, as you and I know. Okay, so that's the one the official government approved. They actually agreed that thousands died. That's the key thing. Now, this is considered to be a conservative estimate. That's according to New York Times. A conservative estimate means it's under exaggerated. Now, Northerners here do not talk about what happened unless you ask them. Surprise, surprise. And their responses frequently include a comment that, the Igbos had it coming to them. Some samples. They were too pushy. So if you're very pushy, you should be killed. That's what they're saying. They took the best jobs. Okay, so because they have good jobs, you have to go and kill them. I told you before, there's something called privileged pariah. They were privileged because they had these jobs, but they are pariah, they're hated because they're in the different parts of the country. So you kill them because they had the best jobs. They weren't content to do business. I don't know what they're supposed to do. You can't come into your wall city. They're not content to do business. They wanted to run everything. Guess who's running everything in Nigeria at the moment? Okay. Now, they called us backward because we were Muslims, really. Okay. But we were reading Arabic for centuries while they were still cannibals, really. Okay. Now, these are all the comments when this reporter went around asking, what happened? Can you tell us about these Igbo people? They're pushy. They don't want to do business. They call us backwards. They are cannibals and so kill them. Yeah? Okay, now, if there was a plan to rid of the north of all Igbos, well, Harrison said it has succeeded. More than 1 million Igbos living in the north and in many other parts of the Federation have re-entered and retreated to the sanctuary of the Eastern region. So remember the word, the sanctuary. So Eastern region, which later became Biafra, was as a result of all these killings. People retreated into what we call the sanctuary, into their homelands, into their villages, to their hamlets, where their extended families absorbed them. So if you want to talk about Biafra, you cannot but mention this. Yeah, it was a retreat into a sanctuary where you at least, you're not going to be killed the next minute. Okay? There's nowhere else that was safe for you. Okay. Now, in the East, it is widely believed that the pogrom had religious overtones because the Igbos, of course, are Christians. But of the 32 northern soldiers now in detention, so actually they actually arrested some of the northern soldiers in detention. They have roles in killing. Most of them, they said, were southern half of the region, in other words, the mid-belt, where missionary education was permitted to penetrate. Remember I told you missionary education was not allowed to go into the north because they said we want to rule indirectly. Therefore, we maintain the Muslim way of doing things. Therefore, book is haram. Hence, you have Boko Haram. So therefore, if you learned anything about how you read and write and so on to do the modernity things, it was said to be haram. You're not allowed. So, but in the middle belt, missionary managed to get up there. And therefore, you have people like Gowan, whose father was a priest, and he was able to read and write, and therefore was anyway, and people like him. Now, 11 of those who were captured, who the rioters, they said 11 of them were Catholic, and 10 of them were Protestants, and then 10 were Muslim. So these are the group of soldiers who did the killing. Now, with the Igbos departed, many predicted the North economy would then be paralyzed. So what happened when the Igbos left the North? All this, they had their privileged jobs and so on. Now, this is the situation. The breakdown may yet come, yeah? Because efficiency has certainly fallen off. So what are the actual Easterners doing in North? Well, there are some doubts that 50 million groundnut crops can be shipped to Lagos for export. There's some doubt about the economy. Now, but the train, now this is what it's not thing I'm telling you the Igbos have been doing. The trains are gradually beginning to run again. When the Igbos left, the trains wasn't running. So they had to get European engineers, okay, to help run the trains. Before that, they didn't have need foreigners to run the trains. Unless you see Easterners are foreigners, of course. Now, and the Northern launched 2-month program to train Northern clerks, accountants, adding machine operators. They now have to recruit their own people, force them to learn to do all those things which the Igbos were doing. The telephone still worked, and the mail gets through. Although a letter posted from Lagos may take a week to arrive in Kanu. Let me repeat that. When the Igbos left, the letter you post from Lagos would take you 1 week to arrive in Kanu. It used to take 2 days. So that is the type of efficiency the Easterners were providing to the Nigerian economy. 2 days from Lagos to Kanu, their letter will be in your hand. Okay? When they left, it took a week. So Nigeria went backwards when it comes to running its commerce. Okay. Now, for too long, says Aminu Kanu, one of the politicians, said, for too long, we've been letting outsiders do things for us while we sat back relishing our traditions. Now, he says, now we will have only ourselves to blame for not advancing into the 20th century. But we must do it ourselves. So he recognized that there was some issue between them not being in touch with modernity. They now have to wake up and start doing things which the so-called Nyamaris were doing for them. Okay, so I parked that one side. So that is the background which I'm trying to bring to you to appreciate what has happened when the Igbos left the northern part of Nigeria at the time, between, October to December. So there's an issue before Biafra is launched, what was happening to Nigeria. So in the north, they have emptied the north of Igbos. Okay, in the west, although some stay behind, the majority of them are run back to the east, to this sanctuary we're going to call Biafra. Now, so the same reporter, Garrison, okay, Lloyd Garrison, for New York Times. What did he do? He went to Enugu, the receiving end, where the Igbos are run to, went to know what was happening on that side. He said, after over 1 million Easterners from the north poured into Enugu, is his report, on the 9th of December, 1966. So now, he says, there's an estimated massacre of Igbos in the north, in Kanu, for example, and other parts of Nigeria. New York Times correspondent Lloyd Garrison visited
all right,
Enugu.
Mazi, I need to ask you some questions. As you know, I have to interrupt you now and then. It might look a bit rude, but we have to do that. Listen, Mazi, I am so I don't know how to describe it, because I'm busy listening to you, knowing as a person who was born after the war, this whole thing for me is a nightmare. Now tell me, what is it about our people that we will wait for the last minute till when the knife is on our neck? We will not run for our life. And I mean, it is not just then. Even today, we know that we have millions of our people in the north. And if anything has to happen today, it will be back again to history. Please go ahead.
Okay, to answer that one, you have to also understand the background to how Nigeria was in the 60s. Remember, we've been killed in 1945 in Jos. We've been killed in 1953 in Kanu. Okay? Now, this is 66. The strange thing about 66 was the primordial hatred was now unleashed. Is this deep-seated hatred was now industrialized and fanned. The emirs was at it. The soldiers were joining in. The civilians were joining. You can't call it a riot anymore. In fact, it was planned to empty the north of anyone from the east. So that is this now an industrial scale killing. Now, in May, when the first riot was taking place, Major General Aguirre, who is supposed to be an Igbo person, was the one head of government in Nigeria. You agree with that? So he was able to stamp out the May 66 rioting. They actually physically sent troops to go and quell it, and restore peace and order. Ojukwu told those people who managed to escape, it's okay, you can all go back now. There'll be no more killing. This is the last bloodshed we're going to have, so that we will, there'll be peace. His friend, Emir, Bayero Emir, who he made the chancellor of, University of Nigeria and Nsukka, much to the consternation of Nnamdi Azikiwe. Nnamdi Azikiwe helped to form the university. Okay, Ojukwu made a northern emir a chancellor. Okay, at the heat of the 66 when he became the governor. Okay, so now this friend of his reassured him that there'd be no more killing. Okay, so people, particularly from Newi, then went back because they listened to Ojukwu. They went back to the north. Then what happened? They got killed again. Okay, now you can blame them for why did they leave at the last minute? They were reassured in May. Okay, so now because they were reassured in May, they were able to go back. Now, what then happened was there's a chain of events, which one thing, when they then killed Aguirre, and this one is the coup, which Gowon became the head of, Muritala Muhammad and his gang, they killed Aguirre and started killing all the Igbo officers. So there was no more support to prevent any further killings. So the people living in the north, they have to literally make their way home. Okay? You will say, why don't they do it then? But because the coup was aborted, the eastern part, this was a coup which was supposed to take over the whole Nigeria, but the eastern part, Ojukwu was still in charge. He heard there was going to be a coup. He ran into the police station where he stayed and he was guarded. So they did not get at him. They didn't get him to replace him. You remember the Enugu garrison was run by the northern soldiers. Benjamin Adekunle was actually in charge there at the time. So they could have killed Ojukwu, but the coup didn't work. So at that stage then, Ojukwu became the only person who could ask people and protect them. He couldn't protect his people because he can't tell them, stay in the north. Don't come back to east or whatever. So he says, if you can cross this line, if you can come over to the eastern region by whatever means, then you are safe. Going back to this concept of sanctuary. So when they were told to return, every nook and cranny, anyone who can write, say, if you have a relative in the north, you were told, come home. That was one singular information. Come home was the message, and Igbos, they poured home. Okay, so I would agree with you. At the moment in time, we tend to leave things too late, but at the 66 killings, they had no choice. That's why they came home in droves. Okay, so we have to perhaps differentiate that. Now, dial that forward. I believe in the 80s or so, 90s, they were trying to kill the Igbos again, right? So Ojukwu said, look, this time round, we're not running. We're not going to go anywhere. I've forgotten what declaration it is. Is it the Kanu, Kaduna, or whatever declaration is called? They say, if they kill enough, kill them back. Yeah, so he warned the Kanu Emir. When you start killing the Igbos, remember, when this time finishes, there'll be nothing left in Kanu. So that's how they backed off. Okay? So they decided, we're not running anymore. We're going to stay there and die and fight with them. So there's a change in the scene. For those who feel that, we can just go and kill the Igbos anyhow you like.
All right, Mazi. All right, not interrupting again, but I need to come in here. Now, would it be right if I say that the reason why our people don't want to leave the north, even till today, is because of business interest and wrong investment they made in the wrong place?
Okay, I will answer that. First of all, there's also, in addition to what you said, there's this concept that they have built a house, they have a hotel, and so on. So if you join Biafran struggle, we're going to lose those hotels, we're going to lose those houses.
There we go.
It's an erroneous understanding, because as of now, this very minute, your house, your business, whatever it is you build enough cannot be guaranteed. The only thing that guarantees it is that you have a Biafra as a country, so that if anything happens to you, you be a foreign indigent, they have to compensate you for what you have. At the moment, they feel that, well, we're not going to join this Biafra train because if we do, we lose our investment. It's a wrong thing. Is a wrong thinking. And the second part to that question is, why did they not invest in Biafra land? Because there's nothing there. You don't have the roads. Go to the north and see what the roads are like. You don't have the trains. How many trains do you have in the Biafra land? You have the infrastructure. It's not there, and it's deliberately so that you're forcing them to invest outside Nigeria. So if you change that scenario whereby you quit the East, there'll be no need for them to go and live there and stick their neck out, because they know if you have a beauty contest and a stage in the north, and somebody said, we don't like what's happening, they kill the Igbos. If there's a lunar eclipse somewhere, they turn around and kill the Igbos. If there's a Denmark cartoonist drawing it by Muhammad, they turn around and kill the Igbos. So I'm afraid the scenario continues until our people understand that they once upon a time, the killing stopped. Not only when they killed all the Igbos in the north, also when they had a place called Biafra, you have to come and defend and fight your way through every village. And in the end of that fighting, they say no victor, no vanquish. Because unless you have a place you can call your home, you're carrying going to be killed like a stray dog, I'm afraid to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please continue uninterruptedly. I think we still have almost half an hour to go again. Take it up.
The theme I was developing then was the fact that we have now been to the north, we've been kicked out. The report from the garrison, from these garrison guys, this is the background in the north. Things are not running as efficiently as they think they're good at. Yeah? Because the Igbos are providing some important services. The English or the British who appointed them to those posts before independence was because they are the ones who can read and write, who can do the job properly. Okay, the British will not say to you, oh, because you're from a tribe 7, therefore I'm going to appoint you. They say, you are from tribe whatever, you can do the job, I appoint you. So that's one thing that was not made known to those in the north. So they saw those who came from outside as privileged pariahs, as I keep using the term the sociologists use. So I'll now tell you what happened at Enugu. So they are poured into Enugu as the capital or other parts of the eastern region. So this garrison went there to report the events. Now, this is what happened. So he got to a place where they called, where they were settling the refugees. So here is a snippet of what happened. Somebody was lining up and they said, what is your name, sir, please? They asked the man behind the desk, yeah, without looking up at the applicant standing before him. So people are returned and they went to an office to register the fact that they're refugees. Is there any job for them? So this is an important part of why Biafra came. These are refugees that need to be rehabilitated. There are over 2 million. If remember the Rohingyas scenario, they left where they were and the whole world knew that there was a crisis. Anywhere where you have a flock of people pouring into one part, yeah, be it people leaving Syria, people leaving Afghanistan, doesn't matter where they are, when they arrive at the other destination, they become refugees. But when this happened to the Easterners, they poured into the Eastern region. And somehow, there was no external help. Even their own government, who's supposed to help them, turned their back. And this is what led to Biafra being established. I'll come back to this theme. So, Garrison therefore visited what was like a center where these people have been processed. Yeah? So, he said, what's your name? So, my name is Sunday Ofokaja. Ofokaja, I'm not sure I pronounced it properly. Ofokaja. Yeah, Ofokaja. So age 41, occupation, certified public accountant. Sign the card here and print your name and address under the signature, said the man, fine, next. So they were being processed. It's not a laughing matter. There are people in the queue. They were being processed. You're an accountant. You're a mechanic. You're this. We have to try and find a job for you now in the eastern region. Okay, so there was people who were destitute. Remember, this is December. Christmas is coming. The school fees haven't been paid. The children, some have escaped, some have, and so on and so forth. Now, so this reporter was reporting the scenario in the eastern region, the crisis of one of the towns. Said it was such an abrupt ritual that the accountant had no time to say more, to pour out his desperation, to tell how he lost everything in Kanu, his job at the bank, his car, his TV set, and say that this was, and then say all he had was his lucky escape with his life. Without a word, this Sunday guy turned and left, passing a long line of refugees that stretched along the corridor down the steps of the Eastern Region Refugee Commission headquarters here in Enugu, which is the region capital. The accountant was one of slightly more than 1 million Easterners, most of them Igbos, who fled to their eastern region homeland after the September massacre of Easterners living in northern region. The commission here is well staffed. and is working overtime to settle the refugees. But it is an awesome undertaking. So far, the Eastern Region government has earmarked £2.8 million, equivalent for rehabilitation. Meaning, it's okay. They said $2.8 million because they're writing in the American newspaper, New York Times. They said that's equivalent of $2.8 million for the rehab. And then the federal government in Lagos is supposed to contribute $980,000. Now, nearly half of this total is going to pay the salaries of hundreds of civil servants who retreated here from all parts of the Federation and who had been absorbed by putting them on the regional government payroll. So the scenario was you worked for the government, but you are now left Kanu, you left Kaduna, you run away, and no one is paying your salary. So you have to be absorbed by the Eastern Region government. Okay, bear that in mind. I'll visit this later. Now, the bulk of the rest of the money, which is more than 600,000, is being invested in new farm cooperatives to increase the food production and provide new job opportunities. But we are already encountering some difficulty with all the farm schemes and so on. So I will spare you reading the whole story if you get a chance to study it. What it is that the government was trying its best to rehabilitate these people who have then left in a hurry. Their television, their cars, their jobs not being paid, and so on. Someone had to somehow carry this burden. In the tradition, be an African tradition, an Igbo tradition, someone comes from somewhere. So you have to rely on your extended family to support you. If it wasn't for the extended family system, it would have been impossible to reabsorb 2 million people, which is 17% of the population at the time in the Eastern region. Okay? So that was the background then when all the killings was going on in the north, and we now have Eastern region as a sanctuary. Okay, if I just use that term for now. We're now talking December. So what was going on? Well, I tell you, there was a song, okay, because every single village or town that you go to, if your relative didn't come back from Lagos or from Kanu, from Zaria, from Kaduna, from Maiduguri, from Sokoto, you have a story to tell. I said last time, some people were cut in pieces that they weren't even, culturally allowed to be buried in their own compound. So the scenario in the Eastern region in the December of 1966 was very, very grim indeed. And artists, these musicians, they always sing about what they're seeing in front of them. So there's a song by Rex Lawson that goes something like this. Onwuzuruwa, yeah? Onwuzuruwe. Let me just force myself to sing it. Onwuzuruwe. Mashingi arawanne. Ashingi arawanne. Onarima. He played it over and over and over again. It was the mood, it's a somber music. Everybody heard it. And he was just playing it over and over because Onwuzuruwa means there's death everywhere. There's nowhere on the planet where you don't have any death. So it's like a balm to try and cushion the impact, the people, the suffering, just to dampen them down. Okay? But, human beings, we're not satisfied. The Igbos, on the other hand, the people who were in the Eastern region, they felt they needed the vengeance. It's like when you send the Abriba warriors to go across the north and kill as many northerners as possible. Yeah? So there was some areas where, indeed, the northerners were attacked. But the Juku said, you mustn't do this. No way. He wasn't going to have it. So you needed some strong leadership at that time. Otherwise, you'd have internal killings everywhere. So Juku forced them to remain calm. And in fact, he went and rounded the northerners and spoke to them in the Hausa language, asked them to pack their things, and they would be escorted. Can you believe that? They had the soldiers, the army, to escort them out to the east. Some took the flight, some were taken across to the Niger border. They went to go via Lagos area. So they were escorted out of the east by if you like, the forces in the East, so that they'll be immune or protected from what the general public were seeing. Okay, so it took strong leadership to be able to dampen the anger that was welling in the eastern region. Okay, so this was around December. Okay, so this is before Ojukwu then had to go to Aburi, because at this stage we say we've been chased out of Nigeria. Okay, one who is rejected by others cannot reject himself. It's time for us to go. We're going to lose a lot, but it's time for us to go. And this is what Ojukwu has to tell them. He has to provide strong leadership. We're talking a 32, 33-year-old man as a head of state. Can you imagine? Okay? He said, of all the things that we suffered, this is a quote I got from 1966. Indeed, he said, we are braced to face and encounter the challenge of the future. We believe that the tomorrow we face, or the battle for survival, will not be won by bullets or savagery, but by brain power, modern skills, and the determination to live and succeed. We also believe that out of the carnage and wrecks of the past will emerge a new breed of men and women who are resolute, powerful, and prosperous. That's Lieutenant Colonel C. Odime Ojukwu, 1966. Biafra hasn't been declared, but he has to calm his people. He has to tame them. He has to tell them, let's look not for revenge, but to build a new country, build a new path to survive as a people. Okay? That is what we mean by strong leadership. And he had a class, 1966, class 1970, to thank for. They were really, really up for it. Okay. Sorry, you were going to say something?
No, not at all. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay, so what I said, therefore, we needed strong leadership. At that time, otherwise Nigeria would just flare up. Everybody just go take the knife and go to the north and start killing for what has happened to their own people. So he managed to contain it. As you know, Ojukwu, when he came back from exile, he was called Eze Bulubulu Igbo. Is that right? Eze Igbo Bulubulu. And he says, Onu Nekuru Oramma. Now is the mouthpiece for his people. So he stepped in the gap. We've never seen such a leader. He came in to dampen the pain of his people. And then he was told that we should, why are we still in Nigeria? He took one extra step called the Aburi. Yeah? He has to go that extra mile. And this is very important. As I said last time, the killing started in May. It was in May the year after, 1 year before Biafra was declared. Biafra, as you begin to understand now, is like a sanctuary. We can't go back to Nigeria to kill us. If we stay here, well, we have to build a new system. But we built Nigeria, but we have to now build. Remember the trains, remember the newspaper, remember the post office running efficiently from Lagos to Kaduna or to Kanu in 2 days. When we left, it take off to 1 week, if at all it gets there. Okay? So the efficiency with which Nigeria was run, thanks to those people, has now been kicked out, and nobody cared. Right. Now, so that's against the background to which we are now going to find a solution to all these killings. And that is why Aburi was called. Why Aburi? Well, Aburi was because the last time they had a conference when Gowon became the head of state, or they took over the government, there was a conference going on, and whilst the conference was going on, the killing resumed in the north. So Gowon wasn't actually stopping anybody being killed. In the end, he got exasperated. He said, for God's sake, the killing has to stop. Enough bloodshed. Enough. So, but from July, August, September, October, no, people were being killed. He did nothing as the head of state. Okay? So, he made fancy speeches. God has made it possible for the Northerners to become the head of state again. Da-da-da-da-da-da. He wasn't really doing anything to stem the bloodshed. But so we got to December. We now got to find a solution to all these goings on. So that is why Aburi was an important meeting. The Aburi meeting, I bring the British in a bit. The Brits were looking for where we're going to have this conference. If Ojukwu went back to Lagos, they'll arrest him. They'll kill him. If he went to the north, he'll not be safe to come back. So he says there's nowhere in Nigeria where we can sit down and have this meeting. That's how bad things were. And of course, Nigerians had to come back and say, well, we can't trust that Gowon will come to the east and be safe either, which may well be true. So they cannot have the meeting about the future security of the country within the same country. So that's how bad things were. The British stepped in. Oh, why don't we have this meeting at the British warship parked outside the shores of Nigeria in Lagos? So, any scholars, history scholars here, why that would not be a good idea? British government was offering them to have this conference in a British warship off the coast of Nigeria. And of course, Ojukwu did history in Oxford. I think he will have come across the history of Jaja of Opobo. Jaja of Opobo, as you all know, was trading independently and competing with the British under Victorian rule. So they said, let's have a conference in our boat parked outside Opobo. So he by the way, when he comes, don't bring your army. It's okay. So he turned up for this gentleman's meeting. They kidnapped him, extraordinary renditioned him to West Indian Island, and on his way back he died. So you could remember the history. So you can't go and have a meeting in the British boat. So he has got an antecedent to follow. So therefore he said, no, I'm not going to a British warship to discuss what's happening. So this is where the Ghanaians stepped in. General Ankara, who took over from Nkrumah, decided, let's have this meeting in Ghana, a neutral ground. Ojukwu flies straight to Ghana, and the Nigerian delegate will go to Ghana, and they will meet at the conference place. So, 4th and 5th of January 1967. So we survived 66 with a lot of wound for the people of the Eastern region. We now need to find a solution. So they went to Aburi on 4th January and 5th of January to discuss how are we going to live together, okay, in one country. What is the way forward? So they met in Aburi. I'll say to you, after the war, Gowon said, there are no victors, no vanquished. Is that not so? And we have 3 R's. Yeah? Reconstruction, reconciliation, and rehabilitation. Yeah? Great. Okay. All sounds very good, but if you study it, there are 2 cons in that 3 R's. Anyway, we'll come back to that. The Aburi Accord had actually 6 R's, what I call 6 R's. After the war, you have 3 R's. What I'll say to you, if we have carried out the Aburi Accord, the 6 R's, there'll have been no need for the 3 R's, which was a sham anyway. Okay. The first R of the Aburi Accord was the renunciation, okay, of the use of force to settle Nigerian crises. That's the first R. Yeah? We are not going to use military force or any other force to sort out Nigerian internal problem. Renunciation of force was number 1. They agreed to that. The second R was reorganization of the army. Why do we need to reorganize the army? Well, we have the Northern Army going around killing people who are not of Eastern origin, and nowhere else is safe in Nigeria. So the army needs to be reorganized. Who army have you got? Is it Northern Army Is it a Nigerian army? Is it a Yoruba army? Or is it Eastern army? So the army needs to be reorganized, and they need to stay in their own station, their own regions. Because if you're an army officer of Eastern origin and you go to the north, you may not come back, and vice versa. So the army needs to be reorganized. That's the second R. The third R is what they call the regional autonomy. Yeah, you have to return to the regions, because the whole rioting, they say, UNC brought Decree 34 and tried to force everybody into becoming one country instead of their regions. We want to have our regions. So all the decree, when the military came in 1966, was rescinded, and they returned to regional autonomy. That's our number 3.